My appointment's on March 24th, whatever that Monday is.
Okay. All right. So you.
Good morning. Beautiful day in Southport. City of Southport, March 4th, 2026. Board of Aldermen Retreat is now called to order. Welcome to those in attendance and those watching virtually. Our invocation be a moment of silent prayer for the United States military. This will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand in prayerful thought. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome to the Cape Fear Council of Governments. And our thanks to City Manager Noah Saldo and city staff for making the arrangements for this retreat. So this board can look at strategic planning for our city, how to prioritize our plans, goals, and objectives. For our citizens, you know, I ran in 2019 on infrastructure, regionalization with Brunswick County for our sewer system instead of the city building its own plant. Through steady progress in collaboration with county and state officials, the city of Southport completed the largest infrastructure project in the history of the city, regionalization and merger with Brunswick County, the city's water and sewer system, saving the city and taxpayers thousands of dollars, and it could not have been done without the support of our state legislators, Senator Bill Rabon and Representative Charlie Miller, and the millions of dollars from the state budget. It began with an idea, and the city of Southport and the Board of Aldermen brought it to fruition. So what are these next new ideas to be proposed? Part of a prioritized strategic plan. I will help set the stage for you. First, peace and civility. Peace and civility. Costs nothing, yet its results are priceless. Second, core principles, and you've heard them before. Public health, public safety, emergency preparedness, our environment, preserving our historic heritage, our waterfront, our shoreline, and our unique neighborhoods, infrastructure. We always come back to that. Maintaining, improving our city buildings, the equipment. We have city gym. We may have a YMCA coming at 9th Street and Old Stevens Park. Infrastructure is so important. Our roads, sidewalks, and overriding the enhancement of the quality of life, the preservation of the human spirit. We want to support our nonprofits, our citizens there, our library, our hospital, our schools, our city volunteer boards, our city employees, our greatest asset. They should have competitive salaries, health insurance. We want our city to look as good as the homes that are here, how they keep their lawns manicured. We should keep the city looking good and manicured like this. So let's take infrastructure. Let's take that example. But again, this time, it's stormwater. We've been working on this topic of stormwater and flooding since the days of City Manager Gordon Hargrove and the problems at Bonnets Creek. And part of the answer was we needed engineering expertise. So we hired engineers, and they are a blessing. Lawyers, engineers, and money, a secular trinity for a city. And I visited areas where development led to flooding that had not occurred there before. And I asked, why are we letting this happen? No ordinance to stop it. And the stormwater infrastructure is not there in that area and on that street to handle the drainage when you build that many structures on that piece of land. In the second floor conference room in City Hall, I met with the manager and the city engineer on this one issue, about this one street, affecting this one family. The response, this is occurring in certain places all over our city. It will take an estimated $30 million to repair what is there and an estimated $60 million to put into place the needed stormwater infrastructure for the city of Southport. What I see is an opportunity. How do we plan for a solution? Short-term immediate repairs, funding from the legislature, asking for a larger share of our sales tax revenue, help with overdevelopment, asking NCDEQ and the legislature to remove the new sewer capacity law where you have to have the capacity ready built for what has been permitted. So there's also the long-term goals, bonds, grants, needed infrastructure network. This is just but one example of the many reasons we're here today. Strategic planning, SWOT analysis, strength, weakness, opportunities, threats. This strategic planning tool can be used in any organization or project. We used it with respect to healthcare at the UNC School of Public Health. Prioritize, plan, strategize. Southport is blessed and has robust tax base and business economy and talented citizens who cherish their city. We can either curse the darkness or proclaim the light. I choose the latter, proclaim the light. I ask the board to meet the challenges for our city with innovation and intellectual endeavor, with strength of purpose, seeing all the opportunities for doing good for all our citizens in a structured, strategic, prioritized, civil, and peaceful way. Now, Mr. Manager, I turn it over to you as we move forward with this agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to welcome everybody this morning to this board retreat workshop. I don't believe y'all have had one in a while. It's been prior to my tenure here that you have had one, and especially with new and returning board members. So it'll be a great opportunity for you all to level set as a group, come together for those strategic priorities that you identify that will greatly help me in leading and managing the organization and the city as we go forward in a new way to tackle these great opportunities and challenges that are ahead of us. So I look forward to a good a day with everybody in the new strategic plan and work session today that will greatly help us as a team going forward over the next year and years to come. So pleased to welcome the Cape Fear Council of Government team led by Daniel Adams, Local Government Services Director, and Danny Nickel, the Project Manager. So I will turn it over to you guys now. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Oh, if I can stop for 1 second, if you can use this mic, because people at home are not able to hear you.
All right, everyone can hear me now? Good.
Yeah.
Becca. Okay. I'm going to just repeat that for the folks at home. We're going to go around the table and have each of the aldermen introduce themselves by name, the amount of time that they've been serving on the board, whether that's a few weeks or a few years. And then if you'll just share what motivated you to become a public official, just so we can start thinking through your public leader hat today. If we'll start over here with Alderman Carroll.
Good morning. I'm Alderman Carroll. I've been on the board for just over 4 years. And 4 years ago, I decided to serve really for the purpose of infrastructure and historic preservation. I think that those two things are very important for the long-term success and culture of Southport. And decided to run again for those reasons, as well as fiscal responsibility.
My name is Mark Spencer. I've been on the board for 6 years, I believe now. I grew up in Southport. I was influenced by mentors who were leaders, and I saw them help people, and I wanted to be like them. I wish I'd have taken a different avenue, but I wanted to help people. And being the product of somebody that grew up in Southport, father who grew up in Southport, grandfather who grew up in Southport, that type of thing, the consistency that I'm pretty much here for now is to make sure people understand that we can't be 100% tourism, because you have to have jobs to afford the homes in the community. And once the labor's gone, the community will be gone. So I'm more interested in the strategic development, economic development for jobs and stability over tourism. The tourism model, as far as I'm concerned, is not going to work. So that's generally why I'm here. Thank you.
My name is Paul Gross. I'm first-time alderman, sworn in December 2025. Why did I decide to serve on the board? Primarily because of my love for Southport, and I wanted to bring my 39 years of state and local government experience to this position, primarily in financial management. And I think my background will lend itself to that goal.
Joe Van Hayden, retired emergency room physician, began working in Southport in 1985, before most of y'all were born. And I did not have political ambition. I was just a good, hardworking ER doctor, cared for this community, lived in the community, and was asked to run for the office of mayor. I have been mayor. This is my third term. And I look at it as a way to continue my service to the citizens of Southport, whether at City Hall or at the hospital. Now I'm full-time at City Hall. And with my background in public health and in medicine, I feel like that is a great combination for a elected official, because so many of the challenges that we face are public health oriented, and it's really about caring for our city and caring for our citizens. And I try to be, as you can tell, bring some peace and some tranquility and intellectual endeavor to our city, and I'm grateful to be here to be serving again.
Thank you. I'm Karen Mosteller. I've been on the board 10 years, and I first served on the planning board, and through that service, I made the decision to run for alderman because I saw opportunity and because I wanted to serve for the future of Southport.
Good morning, fellow aldermen. Good morning to you. I've been on the board about 110 years. It only feels that way. It's 6 years. I came over to the dark side after over 50 years in journalism. And I did so because when I decided to run back in 2018 because I saw the city going, in my opinion, and I believe the opinion of most of the electorate, going in the wrong direction and also being far less than open with the citizens about the motivations for decisions, about the decisions themselves. I felt like we needed a whole new way of doing things. And in fact, 4 new people were elected that year, including 2 of whom are here with me. We're working very hard to try to make things more transparent, to be more reflective of what citizens want. Thank you.
I'm Rebecca Kelly. I've been serving on the Board of Aldermen for 2 years now. I grew up in Southport. I saw my parents who were very active in the city growing up. My dad was a local doctor and my mom had a small business in town. I'm a small business owner in town myself now, and I'm raising 2 children in Southport. My goals are really looking forward over the horizon. I believe that we need long-range planning. I believe that we need to be fiscally responsible in doing so. And we have big issues with our infrastructure right now that we need to be very careful about how we're spending our money, because we have people who still live in town who can afford to live here right now, that if we continue to raise taxes on them, increase fees, that kind of thing, might not be able to stay here and maintain that lifestyle that they've come to love in Southport. So I really want to make sure we're looking out over the horizon to take not only the people who are moving to the area, and I have a tourism business, I'm in favor of tourism, but I also need to be able to have staff who can afford to live here and work for me in those businesses. So that's kind of why I'm here. Thank you.
Well, thank you, folks. It's great to kind of hear your motivations. As we're guiding the conversation today, it's important that we kind of understand the headspace that you're coming at it from so that we can tailor the conversation and the decisions that we're making to, the positions that you hold within the city. But prior to getting into any strategic planning or having conversations today, an important step that we need to take is to identify the role that we hold in the room. So Daniel and myself, we're serving as the facilitators of the conversation today. So that means that we're going to ask questions, clarify your responses, consolidate feedback. What our goal is to help guide a conversation that produces some product that can allow us to develop a simplified strategic plan for the city. But a facilitator is no good if there's no participants. So that's where you all step in. You're going to participate actively in the exercises and conversations that we facilitate, share your ideas, and put on that public service cap. Thinking through, what your constituents elected you to do for them, serving as a steward of the city to help make those decisions for what Southport's going to look like in the future. And last but not least, we have city staff who are here to serve as a resource for situational context, operational clarity as we kind of go throughout the conversations today. But as we head into the next part of the day, I'm going to hand it over to Daniel.
Thank you, Danny. Y'all have to excuse me. I like to move around a little bit, so being confined to this microphone hopefully keeps everything on track. If I jump off, please, Tori, correct me and bring me back in line. So again, I'm sure. Thank you all again. We're excited to be here. So we want to talk about the strategic planning process, right? That's why we're here. But we need to have a foundation of what we are doing and what type of process we're working through. So there was an interesting quote that I had pulled up, and I thought it would be a good baseline, right? And I want to read it to you. It says, great planning starts with understanding where you are today, confronting the brutal facts. And I think each of you did that in some regard as you went around this morning and gave an explanation as to what prompted you to be on the Board of Aldermen. But it says, great planning starts with understanding where you are today, confronting the brutal facts, so that you can begin working towards the future. So you have to understand where you are today. You have to confront those brutal facts so that you can overcome them and start working towards the future. So that's what we're here today to do. So what is strategic planning? It's a process by which an organization defines long-term goals and sets priorities, then decides what actions to take and how to allocate resources to achieve those long-term goals. That's a bit of a mouthful. I'm going to break that sentence down, right? It's a process. Strategic planning is a process. It's ongoing. You should never stop this process. And we're setting and defining long-term goals and priorities. So that's what we're here today to do, establish those long-term goals and priorities, and then we're going to decide what actions to take and how to allocate resources to achieve those goals. So there's more than just money as a resource, right? Staff time, that's a resource. That's a tremendous resource for the city because that leads to the outcomes. What staff invests their time in at the direction of the board is what leads to outcomes. But perhaps a more simplified way to make that statement is it's a roadmap used to guide an organization towards its goals. So think about this as we're establishing a roadmap, we're identifying goals, and then how we're going to get to those goals. That's what the purpose of the strategic planning process is. Why is it important? We talked about that a little bit, but we have a new board here, right? Some of you have been on the board for a long time. Some of you have been on the board before and are back. Some of you are new members. But as a group, you're new. So it's an opportunity, as Noah said, to level set, to think through what the priorities of this group of board members is, and to look out over the next 3 to 5 years and say, what do we want to achieve as a board? It also gives direction to city staff on organizational goals. So, if you were to put yourself in Noah's shoes or Tori's shoes or any of the department heads' shoes, they need to understand what the policy direction of the board is so that they can effectively carry out their roles and responsibilities. If it's unclear to them what the responsibilities are, or excuse me, what the priorities of the board are, it makes decision-making very difficult for them. And perhaps most importantly, take a step back and think about what this board leads. What type of organization, what type of community. You have an organization with about 85 full-time employees, a city with about 4,700 residents, and I can only imagine the number of folks that come in as visitors, particularly in the summer season. You are the steward of that process. You're the steward of this organization, of this community. All right, now I want to talk about some of the symptoms of organizations that do not plan strategically, not as a means of saying you're not doing things right now, or a way to pick on other local governments or other organizations, but as a means of, as we're going through this process, a year from now, 6 months, if you find yourself falling into these bad habits, hopefully it'll trigger a red flag and you can take a step back and refocus your efforts. Reactionary approaches to resolving issues. Have you ever heard the phrase putting out fires? We're just putting out fires all day long. When you're doing that, you're just reacting to what's coming before you and you're really not thinking strategically. With an organizational focus on short-term goals and not thinking about the long-term priorities of the board, you're never going to achieve those long-term priorities. So short-term goals should be steps in taking to achieve the long-term priorities of the city. If you have too many competing short-term goals, you're never going to reach one, you're never going to have the time to get to your long-term goals, or you're never going to realize them. Poor alignment across departments. Have you ever heard of organizational silos, right? Maybe the planning department doesn't know what the Parks and Rec department is doing or doesn't know what the Public Works department is doing, and you come to a realization that, wait a minute, they're doing two things that are contradicting each other, right? So if there's a strategic plan or some sort of policy guidance from the board, those things are minimized. And an unclear decision-making process is another symptom of an organization that is not planning strategically. So the strategic plan should be a foundational document for the organization, and many decisions should be based on that. Inevitably, there are going to be decisions that fall outside of the strategic planning process, but there should be a foundation when you're making a decision. Does this help us achieve our long-term goals that we identified in the strategic plan? And most importantly, what are we hoping to achieve today? So before we leave today, what do we want to have done? We want to create a space for open dialogue, right? Again, we talked about this, taking a step back from the minutia of the day-to-day grind and providing an opportunity for us to talk about some of the long-term goals. We also want to establish a framework for decision making, what I just talked about, right? Decisions should be founded on the principles of the strategic plan. And we want to generate new solutions to older existing problems. Some of you have been on the board for a little while, talked about infrastructure as an issue, stormwater as an issue that's been something that's been haunting the city for a while now. Maybe this opportunity and this group thinking through those challenges can figure out a way to resolve those issues. And lastly, we want to identify and build consensus on 3 to 5 focus areas. So I think some of the past efforts around strategic planning in the city have led to a long list of things that we want to get done. Our goal today is to condense that and focus on identifying 3 to 5 focus areas. Now, what does a focus area mean? It's a short phrase that broadly encompasses a shared theme. And we're going to get into that a little bit more, but if you think about the hierarchy of the strategic planning process, we have a focus area, strategic goal, and objective. We want to focus on identifying those focus areas today. I've done a lot of talking, and hopefully I'll cut back on the talking and allow you to do more talking. But what we're going to do now is we're going to start with an exercise, an individual exercise. Within your folder, there's a handout with about 9 questions on it. I'd like to take a little bit of time for you all to work through that. It's an anonymous, please don't put your name on it. We want you to give us honest feedback. If you have any questions, just raise your hand, let us know. We'll come around once you're done, collect them. We just want to take a look and then we'll redistribute them. If you have any questions, let us know. And following that, we'll take a quick break before we get back to the report out.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
We're not doing just one question at a time, answering all of it.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Adam? We have members of the public here. If you have extra folders, it might be a kindness to them to have some folders to look at, to follow along and see what we're doing.
If anyone would like a copy of the independent questionnaire, I have a few copies that I'd be happy to share with you. Yeah.
once you finish up, we're just going to take a short break and we'll get back to it at 10 o'clock. So if you need to use the restroom, step outside and enjoy some fresh, warm air, I encourage you to do so. We're going to collect your responses too, and then we'll distribute them back out to you. We'll bring this meeting back into order as you have a moment. Thank you, Mayor. All right. Well, I hope that was a worthwhile exercise for you all and got you thinking about some of the things that we're going to be addressing this morning. So I'd just like to take a little bit of time and work through each of those questions. But before I do that, and this was something that was mentioned on a couple of the responses, I want to read through the vision statement from the 2050 Comprehensive Land Use Plan. So the city of Southport is a historic coastal village focused on the preservation of its natural environment and protection of the character of its built environment. The city strives for excellence in government, an engaged and connected community, and managed growth that contributes to a safe and tranquil quality of life. Southport citizens enjoy a walkable city, scenic waterfront, community parks, and shaded streets that allow the enjoyment of the salubrious breezes from the Cape Fear River and the sea. Southport desires to sustain existing businesses and create new opportunities, nurturing the needs of its current and future residents of all ages. That sounds like a great vision statement, doesn't it? Do you feel like Southport is working towards achieving that vision statement? What would you say success looks like? So when you think, as I read through that vision statement, you think about all those sort of wonderful characteristics that were described. How do you know that you're getting closer to achieving those?
I've said this before. I said, look out the window from this building, and that's all they put in the paper. What's your vision of Southport? Look out the window. So, but I really elaborated more than that. You see this beautiful, the scenery of the Cape Fear River, the mighty fortress of the garrison, the historic homes, our yacht base, and our business community, our unique neighborhoods, the salubrious breezes, the schools, the churches. You put all this together, and the people that live here who cherish this city, they came here for a reason. And so our goal in government is to continue to support that foundation that was already here. It's already a beautiful mosaic, a beautiful portrait, and we need to preserve it and to continue to paint that canvas. And I think that's the biggest thing, to enhance the quality of life of all our citizens, to provide the services. And the people come here for a reason. Thousands of people come here every year. And so we want to be hospitable, and we support each government department has an important role in that quality of life, whether it's our first responders or public services, our administrative staff. And we support our hospital, our civic groups, our nonprofits. It's a beautiful group of organizations that Southport has, but it really starts with its historic character, its charm, its beauty, the river, the Cape Fear River. And that's why we're so protective of it. And most recently, with the resolutions this board has passed to protect the Cape Fear River. So these are the things that, to me, is a visual, and it's a visual and a spiritual response, and how we can objectively provide the services that our citizens need for the quality of life that they want.
So you see the board almost in a facilitation role, is that right? Just as Danny and I are here to facilitate this meeting, this board, you see yourself as facilitating the continuance of the wonderful quality of life, the preservation of the cultural and historic character of the town, or the city, excuse me. Anybody else? Yes.
I'd just like to say that are we achieving our vision? I think you got to dig a little deeper. I think you have to answer the question, are we achieving our goals? Do we have standards set? Are we hitting those standards? Do we have accountability? So I agree with what the mayor said, but I think it also goes beyond that with clearly written goals and evaluation of those goals, and having standards and accountability.
What are the city's goals?
I have to look at the document, but,
And I don't ask that question to
Yeah.
put anybody, I ask that question intentionally. It's sometimes we get so caught up in the day to day that we forget what our goals are as a city, or maybe we never explicitly wrote them down. So I asked that question intentionally. You know, if every member of the board could rattle off the same five things, that would be unheard of. So I just wanted to throw that in there. Yes, sir. Either one of you.
So your statement that you read there said nothing about satisfying the thirst and demand for the outside. Said nothing about that. But that is our primary goal, is to satisfy the outside.
What do you mean
By being the friendliest seaside village, the accolades, come to see us, come to visit, have traffic jams coming in and out of town until 5 o'clock, and then things go back to normal. So we're giving it away for free. So we need to be very specific about our intent rather than these generalizations that are really not working out, as far as I'm concerned, from what I've seen living here my majority of my life. So the taking care of the citizens and the tranquility and the peace and the enjoyment, if we could just do that for our own and not try to satisfy the outside, I think we could afford our bills. But we don't need the police force we need for 4,700 people. We need it because 10,000 come every day.
Right.
And it's not monetized.
Sure.
Free. Free to use, free to wear, free to tear. And go home at night. And so that's where we miss on our mission statement, is that we're focused too much on our celebrity versus our integrity. I'm getting down good.
That was good. Mr. Carroll.
So I agree with Mark. I think that to his point, you know, one of our challenges is you'll hear people compare us to communities that are 4,700 residents, and that's just not who we are.
Right.
We can attempt to identify that way, but at the end of the day, we're struggling with all the outsiders, and they're coming here, they're using what we have, and they're taking it. They're going home and really leaving nothing behind. Some of the challenges we have is the distribution of our sales tax. Everybody thinks that that's coming to us. All that money is ours, and it's just not. When I listened to your statement that you read, I kind of wrote some things down. Preservation of our natural resources. I think that we've done a pretty good job at that. We're showing the importance of our tree canopy. Lowe Davis is a huge advocate for stormwater. I don't know if it's reform or creation, but just ultimately, and so for those reasons, I think that's you know, we can check that box. Then we get into preservation or protection of our built structures, our historic character. You know, that's a fine line between those that obviously someone said this. There's a lot of, you know, participation and involvement from the community. So people are saying that that's a top priority, but to implement it becomes a challenge. So it's you know, buzzwords like overreaching and all of these other things. Managed growth. You know, some of us would probably bring growth to a screeching halt if possible.
If you could.
Yeah, but we also recognize the challenges associated with that. Indigo Phase 2 or the Waterway project is going to help offset some of these costs that we have. And then, you know, as we talk about that, I think fire fee is another massive challenge. People don't understand what a fire district is. They don't understand what fire fees are. You know, we've heard from county representatives that because of how Southport manages its fire budget, we're not going to get any subsidy. Well, they don't subsidize, to my knowledge, any fire district in our county. And so a lot of municipalities are having to come out of pocket to subsidize those. So how do we find reform for that? It's been on our radar for years. I've heard Chief Drew and others talk about this topic. So it's not new to us, and it hasn't not, it's been on our radar. So businesses in growth, I think this year, with the help of our city manager, we've done a very good job at listening to the businesses, taking into consideration how we're affecting them when we're closing streets, hosting festivals, and just getting overall input from them on a regular basis now that we hadn't really sought in the past. So I would certainly check that box. But obviously there's some challenges that we face within that.
Definitely. Anybody else?
The only thing too that I wanted to mention is most of what we're talking about is in our comprehensive plan as goals.
Right.
Specifically. But I think one of also the largest challenge for me is what are we 25 years from now, 30 years from now, the decisions we make, what are we putting in place that will look like ourselves in 30 years? Because I can tell you, I've been places 30 years ago and now that don't look like themselves. So that to me is what all of this leads us to.
Understood. Yes, sir, please.
The ultimate problem is that, for example, behind us is the old county courthouse. Okay, and 50 years ago, Southport was the central hub of Brunswick County.
Right.
It was the county seat. It was the only ambulance service. It was the only hospital generally. So our role has changed. Our identity has changed in the last 50 years, and it's hard to give up that big brother role.
Mm-hmm.
Taking care of old government buildings that are dilapidated and given to us sounds good when you have to come up with $5-10 million to maintain it. So we're still coming out of that role of being a central hub where everything was needed, including the fire department, to now we need to stay in our own lane and live our own business economy in a small island, and rather than being the leader.
Understood.
Is my opinion.
Did you start with a question? And we'll see the thread a little bit about what the question is.
Yes, ma'am. I did start with a question, but the question was intended to spark some conversation. So I do have another question for the group. So the last question on this page, number 9, talked about knowledge of the citizenry and how local government functions. And I think it's fair to say, I assume that it's fair to say that each of you is here to represent the constituency and you want to move the city forward and you want to be transparent. That was something that we talked a lot about. So in this vision statement, it talks about excellence in government. And we talk about the challenges of educating the public. That was a kind of a common theme in your responses, was that it's very difficult to educate the public on the complexities of fire fees, sales tax distribution, infrastructure investment, capital planning. So what does it mean to be excellent in government if we have a citizenry that, is coming to us frequently, asking questions, and struggling to understand the processes by which we are confined and constrained when we're making our decisions?
Would you repeat the question?
Good question. Yes, ma'am. So what does it mean to be excellent in government? Excellence in governance is one of the things that is written down in the vision statement. And we talk in question 9 in the questionnaire talks about, generally, I think excellence in governance is being responsive to the citizenry, but we talked about how challenging that is to be responsive to a citizenry that doesn't understand the minutia of local government and where we are constrained. So what does it mean to be excellent in governance?
I'm hearing two things. You're asking about what the definition of excellence in government is, but you're also asking about citizens' knowledge of that. Which question do you want us to answer?
Both.
Both?
Yes, ma'am.
I think
I
you,
will answer the second one. The question was, how well do you think the citizens of Southport understand the functions of municipal government? And my answer was almost zero. I believe that 99% of the contact that citizens make with me begins with a lack of understanding of what the Board of Aldermen do, what we're capable of, what the constraints are that we operate under. And so we get that out of the way, and then we have to deal with the frustration and what can we do about it, which I hope is something that we spend a great deal of time this morning working on. What do we do about citizens' lack of understanding and knowledge about what we do, how we do it, what our constraints are? Well, 2.5 years ago, the previous city manager had started something called the Citizens Academy. Free, come, there were refreshments, I mean, inducements. We probably should have given attendance prizes, but we had very poor attendance. But it was divided up into each compartment, department probably is a better way to put it, of city government. And it was an explainer. It was designed to be fun, to be informal, but to let people know what's the difference between public works and parks and recreation? What's the difference between planning and the, let's see. Well, yeah, we talked about boards and committees too, and Board of Adjustment, Planning Board, Historical Preservation, which wasn't on the horizon at that point. But the attendance was abysmal, even at the first one. Usually the beginning of any kind of a series of informative programs, you get good attendance. We got bad attendance at the first one, and it was down to 2 or 3 people. What more can we do? We constantly hear, and Cheyenne is well aware of this, nobody told me about this. Well, we have a website, and it's a new and good website. I actually found something instantaneously that I was looking for. Dog licenses, if you want to know. It's right there. It's easy to find. This is not how it used to be. Website used to be we defy you to find what you're looking for kind of a setup. We've got that. We put notices on there. We have people are able to sign up to get a text message about anything new that's going on, any warnings, traffic issues, anything. That's there. And then Cheyenne puts things on our website. I imagine you update it regularly through the day. It certainly looks like it. What more can we do? Do we walk door to door, knock on people's front door and say, hey, by the way, and tell them the news? Do we have somebody on a soapbox at the main comp? Huh? What?
A town crier.
A town crier. That's the word. Yes, that's the term. Informing people and keeping them informed is a major issue in all government, but here especially. People are busy. People are outside, Mark. They're doing other things besides looking to see what's going on their website. So my answer to that question basically was people don't know. And because people don't know, we don't have excellence in government in the sense that we are able to let them know so that they can tell us what they know and what they want.
I almost feel the opposite of that. So I think excellence in government is when things are operating at a level in the background that it doesn't affect the citizens on a day-to-day basis. So the ability for them to have the transparency and tune in when we're doing something and do a search and find out what's going on, that the amount of engagement that a citizen has tends to come when there is not excellence in government.
Right.
So when things are going smoothly, going well, when the Public Works Department is getting things cleaned up and the street sweeper goes through and takes care of the streets and our taxes are not being raised because we're allocating our funds in a way that makes sense and moves us forward, that becomes excellence in government because it doesn't affect the day-to-day population. Once someone is engaged with the city, typically that means something went wrong. And as much information as we can put out there, if someone doesn't care because their life is good, they don't feel that it affects them, then we can put a town crier out as much as they want, but they can have their headphones in so they don't hear it anyway.
Right.
So I think that overall, when we see engagement is when there's something going wrong. And if we can keep things going in a way that is fiscally responsible, takes into account all of those things that you mentioned in the vision statement, where it makes it easy for the citizens to live and have the quality of life that they came to Southport thinking they were going to have, then we're doing our job. And when we get to the point where we have full meetings, the full meetings are happening because something is going on that the citizens are upset about.
Right.
And they let us know. And that's wonderful that they let us know because that is, after all, what we're doing. But it's also great that we are so accessible. It's such a small town feel that I've talked about it before. When I walk around downtown, I can't actually get an exercise style walk in because I'm stopped. And that's a good thing. I want people to engage with me. I have people who call me, I answer the phone, and it's if I can't get to it right then, I call back quickly. Because if I don't do it immediately, I tend to forget. I'm really sorry if I missed anybody's phone calls, because if I didn't call you back in the next couple of hours, I probably forgot about it. But it's one of those things that when we are doing well and functioning at a high level, we don't have a ton of engagement. And that is I think that's our sign that we're getting things right.
And that's great. So there's a litmus test, right? When you're not getting a bunch of phone calls, when you're not having necessarily people show up at a meeting to speak at public comment and tell you what you're doing wrong, then you're doing something right. Okay. Does the board generally agree with that?
I think generally, I'd add that when we're achieving excellence in government, when we're confident that we are delivering efficient and effective services that promote maximum service delivery and also maintain our fiduciary responsibility to a fair tax and fee schedule.
Very good. And no one's ever you're never gonna please everyone, right? I think you surely recognize that as you were running for government. If you didn't realize that, I'm certain that you have recognized it in your role as a member of the Board of Aldermen.
And even you mentioned litmus tests. I think most of us, if not all of us, ran because we didn't like something that was happening.
Exactly.
So we got involved for the same reason that everybody gets involved. You see something you don't like, and you're like, whoa, wait a second, I need to do something about that.
Right.
I don't think that any of us thought that we would be in a position where we're on a board initially when we started to get involved. Something has to pique your interest to get you to the point that you're willing to put your name on a ballot. And it's not easy to get there.
So looking at number 2 on the questionnaire, talked about what's working. When you think about the city of Southport today, what stands out as working well? I know the mayor talked about some of the things that just looking out the window you can see that are visible, but when we think about Southport as an organization, what stands out to you as working well?
I think some of this has already been said. One of the things that I see that's working well is public safety, whether it's fire, EMS, or police. It has been my observation, by and large, that's working well. I certainly think parks and recs amazing. I was at a basketball game last night and that was working well. And our parks, we have, for a town our size, when you look through, it's acknowledged in our comprehensive plan. For a town our size, we have amazing parks. So some of that, due to what Mark said, was the original conversation about us being the county seat. But also a lot of those parks have come about in recent times.
I think one of the things that's working well is retention of our experienced department heads. I had an opportunity to work with all of them in 2023 as interim finance director, and I was very impressed with our department heads and their experience. Now, we do have turnover problems, especially in police, in firefighters, and I think that's a nationwide thing. But overall, we have one of the best benefit packages of any municipality in the state of North Carolina, far better than I had in 39 years with state and local government. So I applaud Southport for their efforts to retain valuable employees, which are critical to us delivering those services that I talked about and maximizing service delivery.
Very good. Yes, sir.
The mayor mentioned we gave away our sewer.
Right.
Gave away our sewer. And so now our public works is out doing small stormwater projects. I think I passed them today. They were putting up a sidewalk around our historic cemetery, doing things that have just been left by the wayside. So they're starting to catch up with these projects that we really needed to get done with. We're dealing with other issues, I guess. So definitely our public works department is slowly but surely fixing little issues here and there, but it's money. So
Yes, sir.
I think one of the things that's working well, and this is crucial, is that we have a good city staff, excellent in some areas, and it has become a city staff that is professional. We have a personnel department that functions very professionally. We seek applications. There's a process that's always followed. I've worked for over 50 years in a place where government was a place where if you couldn't get a job anywhere else, you could come and work for the government. And as a result, government offices tended to be infested with indifference and incompetence. 3 people were doing a job and there were 18 sitting back reading the paper, which was a good thing, and having a snack. We are far beyond that. That wasn't here, by the way. We are far beyond that level. City Hall is being run by one of the best city managers I can imagine. And yet everybody here knows that we had rapid turnover in city managers, for which we got beaten up as a board of aldermen. Why can't you hold on to a city manager? And the reasons that we didn't keep city managers were as varied as each individual city manager. Some moved on, some were moved on, some retired, some got sick, whatever. But we finally are at a point where we have an excellent city manager and he is building an excellent city staff that we can rely on. And rely on not just for competence, but for knowing how things need to be done for the city of Southport.
I actually wrote, Noah's guidance of the staff has helped move us forward with not only staff projects, but also community outreach. So he's kind of looked at both sides of what needs to happen. And I think that that is extremely valuable because the citizens get their input as well as in knowing who and how to reach out.
Right. Tremendous resource that you have. So one last question. And before we move into the SWOT analysis, I want you to take a look at number 4. We talked about defining success. So a few minutes ago, we talked about what does excellence mean in governance? And I asked you earlier, what does it mean what is success? What are your goals? But what did you write down? If a couple people don't mind sharing. Looking ahead 3 to 5 years, what are indicators that the city of Southport is in a strong and healthy position and why? What was your response to that question?
Mine was pretty negative. My answer was, I don't agree that we are in a strong and healthy position. And the reason is there are numerous outside limits on our resources and on our control and our ability to protect our environment, our city, our development. And we are absolutely handicapped. We can pass resolutions, we can drive up to Raleigh and beg, frankly, the city, the state legislators to help us, and we get nowhere. Right now, the dredging issue for the river, that would have devastating effects on Southport. Well, other cities are starting to get on board and object to this, and now there is a delay and a decision about it. But all we can do is write letters and pass resolutions. This is out of our hands. And the state legislature has right and left been passing laws that limit our ability to control development, to even control traffic. This business with the sewer permits. This is far reaching and I can't even begin to imagine the kind of effects that it's going to have on Southport. We've got to see. And then finally, the traffic. When I was glad that 211 was going to be widened, did any of you ever dream that it would look like and be what it is now and create the kind of traffic problems that it has and will continue to create? Did you imagine that hundreds of thousands of trees were going to be cut down? I didn't. And it seems to have just created a thoroughfare for more people to come into Southport. And that's a topic that I will leave to Mark to expound on. But my point is, we are so limited now in our ability to do very much that I can't say that we're in a strong and healthy position. The downzoning law alone is going to almost shut the door on what we can do with planning and zoning.
Our ability to control our own destiny as local governments feels like it's slowly being stripped away.
I would
Yes,
just,
sir.
I tend to agree with Lo. We've got a lot of challenges, similar to most small municipalities with limited financial resources. Southport has the second highest municipal tax rate out of 19 municipalities in Brunswick County. I would hope in 3 to 5 years, we'd at least be in the bottom half. And that would be my hopes for success.
And I would love to think that, but I have a different perspective about that. There is no other municipality quite like us in Brunswick County. We're this little 4,700 people town that are surrounded by 30,000 people, and we are their town center. So these challenges about tax rate, unless the legislature gives us some way to and frees us up. We've tried for meal tax. We've tried for things that would be user taxes that would capitalize on that, and we get nowhere with the state legislature. So I appreciate wanting to be the lowest, but we're the most unique, and we have the most taxing surroundings of any of the municipalities as far as who comes here for what, that are not contributing. And so
It's a really unique situation because you don't have control of the growth outside of your municipal boundaries, but you
We don't
feel
even have an ETJ.
Right, right.
on Longhouse
But
Street.
but you feel the impacts of every development that gets approved, and likely not just in Brunswick County, in Columbus County, New Hanover County. People come down to Southport. It's a destination. So that's a
But the
great point.
day-to-day, I'm not even talking about tourism and that. I'm talking about the day-to-day taxation on our little town. And quite honestly, I don't know what that solution is as far as a tax. We have to maintain this town like it was a 30,000 person town. We have to pay a police force to manage those challenges, a fire department. So all of those things, public works, all of those things, that is a conundrum for us for the future, for this idea that we're not going to overburden citizens with taxation.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we're the downtown of Brunswick County,
Right.
and people come here, and again, look at it. Why wouldn't people come from all over the country? I really think it's a some cities would love to have the problem of all this business and people coming and that type of thing. And
Right.
I think if the legislature would help us, we've talked about this before, to improve the monetization of the sales tax that Southport generates, that would help tremendously. And I think that's a reasonable thing to do. And it should not be on the, as the board seems to agree, on the burden of the taxpayer solely that live here to sponsor 30,000 people, 30,000
Yes, sir.
population.
That's right.
And so I think that's where we work with our legislators on that. But there are businesses generate jobs, they generate futures for the people that work here, that live here, that come here, and that economy is important. And it's getting ready to start back up again. You know, March 17th, the yacht base opens back up in spring and Easter and in our summer and Memorial Day. And so our businesses are getting ready to thrive, and our city is going to continue to thrive. And so if you look at other municipalities, and I'm sure you have, you're the Council of Governments,
That's
there are
right.
cities that are not thriving as well as
That's right.
Southport. And I think that we just need to take the, if it's a side effect of negativity, whatever that is, I don't think we need to embrace it. We need to work through it, but count the blessing and move forward and figure out ways to overcome these challenges. But I find it, Southport's a blessing in many ways, and I think we just need to work through it. And that's why I'm glad that y'all are here to help facilitate this. This is good conversation to hear all these different perspectives. I'm making notes. I'll watch this meeting again.
Yes, sir.
And I'll sound like I know what I'm talking about because I'll be using all of y'all's ideas. So that's the way I look at it. We can curse the darkness, or we can proclaim the light. And let's
That's right.
proclaim the light and move forward.
Mr. Carroll.
Yeah, so the question is defining success. And I think that for the purposes of this exercise, it's really about the happiness of the residents. And by residents, I mean our constituents, the people that live here, not the people that live outside of our community. Those people benefit from some of the lowest, those people along the 211 corridor benefit from some of the lowest HOA fees. They benefit from lower taxes because they're benefiting from our sales tax. So those outside influences are coming here. Yes, they're leaving money with our businesses, but they're stressing our infrastructure. Those communities along the 211 corridor don't have post offices. They're driving into our post office. They don't have the restaurants. They don't have the shops. So for that purpose, I think, and to Paul's point, I do wish we had a lower sales tax, but I think that at the end of the day, to artificially lower or to keep a tax rate low, just taxes, not these larger, 10 or 20% hikes, but a more stable, reasonable approach to what that looks like. So, but ultimately, it's the smile on the faces of people we serve that matters. And, we don't get too many phone calls like that, frankly. We're going to get the calls complaining. We're going to get the calls saying, can you move these barriers? Can you make these changes?
Right.
And we're happy to take those calls. When they stop, I think that might be what success looks like.
Someone told me something one time and it stuck with me. They said, people engage when they are enraged. So engagement comes with being enraged. Yes, sir.
In my early life, I went to school and studied political science, and they told us the way things should be. And then I came home and I realized it's not that way.
Right.
The ivory tower is the ivory tower. Excellence should be interpreting the constituents' wants, needs, and desires, being the leader that transforms those into policies that satisfy that. We have a problem. The majority of our citizens haven't been here more than 5 years. And if they make 10, they're a minority. So the turnover of people that come and go from Southport is rampant.
Mm-hmm.
So how do we determine consistent directions? So that's our struggle. Is we have people that tell us what they want, and we have to fight that compared with our own personal knowledge of how things, when we all have the different levels of experience of what Southport is, what Southport was, that type of thing. And so it's a struggle to listen to everyone and try to satisfy them all when you know that there's a certain direction you need to go. So the turnover of the retirement community versus the long-term families living for generations makes it hard to determine what people really want.
Thank you. We're going to move it. Did you have anything, Ms. Davis?
Yeah, I was just going to follow up on Mark's comment. Before we can create a new reality, we have to be fully aware of what the present reality is. And the present reality is there's poverty in Southport. It may be invisible to some folks, but it's here and it is significant. The meaning of fixed income is that you're not getting any more money coming in. And when you get that bill that shows that you got to pay $50 or $60 or $100 more in property taxes, what are you going to give up? You have to give up something. Not everybody in Southport lives in a $5 million house. That's a joke because Alderman Carroll has listed one. Is that the most expensive house ever in Southport? I'm sure. Anyway, there are people who really struggle day to day. And, the first rule in life is be kind. And it is unkind to force people to have to make life sacrifices just to stay here. The first thing I wrote was, what's my vision for Southport? It's a place where everyone who lives here can afford to continue living here. Wouldn't that be a wonderful reality if we can create that?
What I would say, my last thing is that would be a wonderful reality if our state legislators would allow us the ability to respond to that conversation.
Isn't that the truth? Yes.
That's the problem. We can't not run the city with the goals we have. And I would argue that we have a comprehensive plan, the 2020 50 comprehensive plan is our guide.
Right.
So I'm not worried about people leaving. We got a guide. And, but the bigger conversation is coming together regionally. That's been in here in a lot of this conversation, so that we have a large enough voice so that our representatives hear us, because we can have impact with that larger voice. And I think that to address that.
Yes, ma'am. Well, very good. I'm going to transition into the SWOT analysis because we've started to go down that road, right? So what we've done right now is open the floor for dialogue and for discussion, but we really need to start transitioning into goals, into policies, into action. And so that's great discussion that we've had, but I do want to dig into the SWOT analysis, and I think there's going to be some overlap or redundancy in some of the points that were made in the past 45 minutes or so. Is everyone familiar with a SWOT analysis? Have you done a SWOT analysis before? Just give a quick primer. It's a process to analyze existing and potential conditions that could affect the performance of an organization. SWOT is an acronym. It stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Strengths and weaknesses are internal attributes. So example of a strength is a strong fund balance. Right, that's an internal attribute where the organization is successful. So we talked about some of the successful components of Southport. Weaknesses, also internal. Characteristics that impede the ability of the city to perform optimally. We talked about staff turnover. That can be an impediment to optimal performance. Opportunities and threats are external factors. So we're thinking outside of the city, things that perhaps we can't control as an organization. External factors that influence the current or potential operations of the city in a positive way, that's an opportunity. Perhaps commercial or industrial development increases sales tax revenue. That could be an opportunity. And then a threat, also an external characteristic, but something that influences the city in a negative way. And I believe we've hit on this, and perhaps this example was prescient. State legislature limiting municipal authority, right? That's a threat. So I'm going to transition. Danny's going to take the screen here. We're going to just have a Word document up and take some notes. Again, what we've done is provided an opportunity for you to think through these things individually through the questionnaire, a dialogue and report out in the discussion that we just had. And now we're going to put them on paper, and this is going to be the foundation for developing the strategic plan. So we've talked about this a little bit, but let's be more intentional about refining our responses. What are strengths for the city right now? I think one of the things that I've heard consistently is the manager, right? That's a strength of the city, manager and staff. How about the historic character, cultural character? I'm sorry, yes, sir.
Institutional knowledge of our employees.
Very good.
Growing up here from school, state here, have a lot of background.
Well, what about the institutional knowledge of the board too? I mean, we've got board members second term, third term, been around for a little while, grew up in Southport. There's value in institutional knowledge at the board level too. That's very good. I know the mayor mentioned this. And look at this. Look out these windows, right? It's beautiful here. That's a strength. Yes, ma'am.
Are you asking for input at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Looking out the window, people feel safe
Safe.
to sit
Very
out
good.
there. We had the, I believe they were the kids from the Baptist day school running around right out there. People are not afraid to walk on the streets, to walk at night. This is the kind of town that people elsewhere yearn for. It's, if you haven't lived in other places, by other places, I particularly think of some of the urban areas in this country. you're, and frankly, at this point, I'm not worried about ICE getting me, but who knows? But it's a safe place. It's a place where as you walk along in this town, you run into people you know. You go into the library, they know your name. You walk down to the coffee shop, you run into people you know. Isn't this just a wonderful strength, a wonderful reason to live here?
There's continuity in that also. Growing up here, I joked that I was a free range child. My parents would drop me off with my bicycle downtown, and I mean, I didn't have a cell phone. There was no way for them to know. If something happened and I fell down, I went and knocked on the door of whoever's door was closest, and they called my parents. My children are free range children, and they get to come walk around downtown Southport. They get to go to their friends' houses. They don't have to check in every 10 minutes and tell me where they are. And the flip side of that is if they get themselves into trouble, I get a phone call before they get home. And that's a beautiful thing. And I think that's part of our community, and that's really important for us to try and keep that going forward. And with the amount of growth that we have coming, figuring out how to do that is going to be a challenge. It's a strength where we are right now, but it will be a challenge for us in the future too.
I don't know if you have had the opportunity to be here overnight. If you've driven around at night, symbolic of the village atmosphere of Southport is that you drive around and every street, every block, people have a lamp on their front porch and it's on.
Yes, sir.
I think there are, despite some of our disagreements on tax policy, I think there are opportunities for consensus on a lot of things. For example, the unfair sales tax distribution formula. I think we've got consensus on that. The denial of food and beverage tax. I think we've got strong support for that. The need for a fair and sustainable fire tax or fire fee. I think we've got a lot of consensus on that. So I think for those things that we have consensus on, that's one of our strengths, to unite as a board. And despite not getting some of these things approved in the past, we unite and we continue to push forward and request reconsideration of some of these tax policies that will increase our revenues here in Southport.
So consensus on important issues to the board and to the community. That's certainly a strength. What about, yes, ma'am.
Well, also, you've got on here strong fund balance. We've been working on that, and you know, for those that came before, we've had the tools now to try to create the stronger fund balance that allows us to have a capital improvement plan. You know, that we administer the past few years that we've been working on. So I think that's a huge strength.
Absolutely. That is a huge strength. And we talk a lot about, you know, the strategic plan, the comprehensive plan, and how to tie that into other plans, right? Y'all have gone through similar processes. Maybe you haven't called it a strategic plan, but a lot of public engagement through the comprehensive planning process. And that can tie into the budget process, right? The old saying is you put your money where your mouth is. What are the town's priorities? Excuse me. What are the city's priorities? Where's the money going? Those are important connections that need to be made between the time and effort that we're putting into comprehensive planning, strategic planning, and then capital improvement planning and budgeting. How about parks and recreation? Maybe not to downplay the greatness of the staff within that department, but how about the parks facilities and the access to green space, public areas? Is that a strength of the community? Very good. Anything else, Danny? Has anything come up while you've been taking notes there that have come to mind?
I think we've covered it.
Okay, very
I
good.
think that's a good space to, we'll take a look at what we have on the list here and think through, what does that mean and how can we condense and summarize
Well,
the things
you've
that we talked
got
about?
character, but the historic character is really also not only is it cultural for us, and part, while we might live here, it also is an economic driver.
Absolutely. So just as we're thinking about internal strengths of Southport, what are some of the weaknesses of Southport as an organization? You know, we talked earlier about confronting the brutal facts, and this is not an. It's funny because I immediately looked to her.
Just under that one, and we move on. And I think if you really wanted to sum up our strengths, you know, I would, if you, to me anyway, it's that if you look at it, and I mean it in a complimentary way, because I would tell the tourists this when I see them in the hospital, I'd say, you know, we're the last Mayberry in North Carolina, and I mean that in a good way, because like, where is the police chief, the fire chief? They grew up here.
Right.
Alderman grew up here. Alderman grew up here. Alderman Mosteller moved here and bought a home decades ago. And so, and then we have this new young blood, so to speak, which has been a blessing. Look how young you guys are. I mean, it's fantastic to have this. So I really think that aspect is important, because when you think about that idyllic Mayberry, no, it was never perfect, but they could solve the problem in 30 minutes.
I was going to say in 30 minutes.
30 minutes they solved the problem. And there is an Aunt B. There are Aunt B's here in
Right.
Southport, and you know these wonderful old ladies. Mark, you know these ladies. You grew up with them. You know Mrs. Carrier. I mean Trudy Huffman.
There are bumper stickers for I love Roberta.
You know, so I think that, and so I mean that in a complimentary way, and I think we should embrace that. Yeah, we got problems with whether it's sales tax or taxes or whatever, but compared to the blessings that we have and what this town represents, you know, we can work through that. So I think if you want to sum it up, you know, we're the last Mayberry, and we should be in some ways proud of that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Maybe we should have a look at our charter and change our name to the Village of Southport. And that would convey an awful lot. That's not a frivolous suggestion. I've thought about it before. It doesn't change our structure of government, which probably should be changed. Another conversation for another time. But we are a village, and we still have the village atmosphere, the village way of thinking about ourselves, and we can capitalize on that.
And I'd like to add our small businesses to our strengths as well.
Very good.
Weaknesses? So I've got you a weakness.
Yes, sir.
We do not have an economic model that maintains generational growth or maintaining generational growth of our communities. The little old ladies that the mayor spoke of is true. We do have one generation left that will actually say what we need to hear rather than what we want to hear, for the right reasons, not for the wrong reasons. So when I talk to you about growing up, I mean, why I run, it's the lesson of my father, that they tell me that if it wasn't for Sunny Point and getting a job at Sunny Point, he would be driving a pulpwood truck out in Regalwood.
Mm-hmm.
And I was out there one time and watched those trucks run up and down the road. And I'm thankful to God my father wasn't out there driving back and forth, and that he had a job shipping bombs somewhere. And that has become unpopular. Having a job, a sustainable income that you can afford a home in the community is our problem. I have an 18-year-old who's going away to college. He probably won't come back.
Okay.
All of my friends' children have gone away and don't come back.
And that's what I wanted to clarify. When you say policies for generational sustainability, that's what you mean. Folks grow up here, graduate, move to anywhere else. Raleigh, Charlotte, the big city. Got it.
So frying fish will not sustain and send children to college.
Right.
Cutting grass will not sustain people and send them to college.
Right.
My dad worked hard. It didn't work out all the way, but he was able to send me to college.
Right.
I'm worried about the future.
Yes, sir.
As far as the weaknesses, absence of $100 million check from the Bill Gates Foundation.
That's an opportunity.
We've got far more needs than revenues to fix them, unfortunately. We've mentioned already today things we'd like to change about sales tax, food and beverage, prepared tax, the fire fee not being sustainable. But yeah, we've got a lot more needs than we have revenues to fund them, unfortunately. And that's not unusual for small towns.
Right.
It is especially more applicable to us because of what Karen and others have said. We're the highlight of Brunswick County. Everybody wants to come to Southport. And certainly, we're proud of what Southport is and just want to maintain that village atmosphere, as Lo mentions. I like that, Lo.
I think that you've been listening to those great philosophers, the Rolling Stones. You can't always get what you want, but you sometimes can get what you need.
Mr. Carroll, was there anything that you wanted to add?
Well, yeah, a little bit. I'm not sure that it has anything to do with weaknesses, but you know, I struggle a little bit to understand what our strength in economy is. So, how do we create jobs? What jobs would those be? What would they look like?
And that's what you're probably more correct than me. And we're in between one of the best jet ports in the country. We're near a port that ships all over the world, and so this location would be good for semi-technical jobs, drone development, any of the new technologies to build businesses here, where the corporate jets fly here and their families live here, not somewhere else. So it's all a matter of how we pitch it. And we've been pitching the happiest seaside village, come one, come all, and that model will not work. There is no long-term survivability of the tour. It's not just the tourism economy. It's the retirement service-oriented economy.
Right.
And I'm going to banter, but it's going to be said. Service economies don't pay for government situations. I do not pay sales tax when I sell a piece of real estate.
Mm-hmm.
My commission, they don't take a dime out of it. We've got a lot of, I'm going to call myself a freeloader. I make money, but it doesn't go towards the municipality. It doesn't go, that's lawyers, stockbrokers, realtors, a lot of times cutting grass. I don't know if they charge sales tax for that, but there's a lot of people making money here, but not contributing.
Right.
And I'm one of them, and I know it. And it's not, it's just the structure that we live in, and satisfying service-oriented economy where nobody's working and there's a lot of demand. What happens there? Prices go up. Cutting your grass becomes $100, $200 item. Inflation due to lack of the labor, the workers. No workers, high demand, anybody making money is not contributing to government. That's the problem, the true problem, not just tourism, but the whole retirement model in general. And we're dealing with it.
So I think service-oriented economy, just to kind of sum this up and put it in a form that can be on the sheet there, service-oriented economy, the characteristics and demographics of the population and the needs associated with that. Does that to some degree summarize what you're talking? The lack of. Got it.
the people who are selling these products are contributing some sales tax. It's inequitable, but they are generating money that comes to the, but others selling a $5 million home, we're not contributing other than getting the $5 million home. Makes it harder for, I don't think I could qualify for a $5 million home. Matter of fact, I don't even know what the payment would be on that. So it's, that's where.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Carroll.
So to continue on that topic, we've embraced tourism. It's easy to embrace it, right?
Right.
We talked about all those strengths. This being number one, if we were in Bolivia, I don't think we'd have the same success.
Right.
And probably wouldn't have the same sales tax revenue, as well. So, I think it's fair to say that I am guilty of having considered in the past tourism to be a clean industry. And I would say, having a much more intimate understanding of it, that's not the case. So, those people are coming, they're using our infrastructure, they're taking advantage of our resources, and then they leave. And for us, it's not just tourism. So we keep, again, I don't mean to talk about the 211 corridor, but that puts one of the greatest strains
Can we
on our market.
change the way that we're addressing that to day trippers? Because day trippers
I like
and
that.
tourism are not the same thing. I own, so you guys know, I own a small hotel in town. Tourism is my livelihood.
Right.
True tourism. People who are coming from somewhere else and staying in Southport. You guys have heard me say this before. I will say it again. When I bought that hotel, February 22nd, 2019, I closed. I closed on the hotel. When I did, it was not a place where I would have stayed. Is the nicest way that I can put that. I personally pulled out old carpets and mattresses and box TVs, and every single one of the rooms had a mini fridge, a microwave, and a coffee maker. Every single time a guest checked out, that microwave was disgusting. Over the years, I did lots of renovations. I was closed for COVID without my ability to have a say in that. During a nuclear power plant outage where I had to tell the outage workers that they had to leave and couldn't stay in Southport, but they could go down the street in 211 and stay, but they couldn't stay with me anymore. The guests that I have today are nuclear power plant workers. They're here for the outage. In 3 weeks, I'll start my weekend kind of stays with the tourism again. The tourists now, when they stay with me, my microwaves are hardly ever used. These are guests that are going into our community. They're eating out at our restaurants. They are going out on our tours. They are spending money in our businesses. They pay not only the sales tax, but also an occupancy tax to the city of Southport and to the county. You go right outside the city limits of Southport, they are not paying that occupancy tax to the city of Southport. I look at every single one of the other inns, bed and breakfasts, and hotels in the area. I am the last one to be booked every time. So once everyone else is sold out, I get booked. And I don't have the highest rates. I have the lowest rates in town, but I have to overcome not having a big flag. I'm a small business and people don't always know what they're getting with that. But the tourists who come and stay with me love Southport. They are spending money in Southport and they are planning to come back again. The day trippers who live outside of our city limits who come in, they are not contributing. That is a different person than the tourists. Let's not villainize tourists.
Well, okay, I appreciate that concept. The people who come and stay a week on Oak Island are tourists.
Yes, but to us, to the city of Southport, they are day trippers.
And I appreciate that.
Very good. Any other
My
weaknesses?
degree is hospitality and tourism management. I feel very, very strongly about this.
I couldn't tell. Any other weaknesses before we move on to opportunities? And I think as we go to opportunities, you'll recognize that if you look at opportunities from one side, it can be a threat. And if you look at threats from the other side, it can be an opportunity. I think the mayor seems to have an optimistic perspective. And so it can be about how you view things. So let's move on to opportunities. Again, these are external factors. We've talked a lot about some external factors, even just in the discussions that we've had in the past few minutes. What are some external factors that are positive, potentially positive impacts on the city? Yes, ma'am.
We have relationships with our county and state legislators.
Very good.
And I wanted to say about what Mark said about jobs and job creation and all that. I would like to see us have a liaison to the county that works with the economic development, because I don't think little old Southport, one, I don't know where they would build something or whatever that would be, but I think that creating a conversation about that, and the county has the wherewithal to fund that conversation. So, but I'd like us, and also it could, and we also need a liaison, I feel like, with the county as far as the planning goes. I know you sort of de facto do that for us, but I think, and I don't know if that's the same person or what, but I think there's an opportunity for us to address some of these conversations.
Very good. That was great. Mr. Spencer, one of the things that you talked about was that I just kind of want to rephrase or dig into a little bit more. So the cost of living is high. And I think that's the case in a lot of places, particularly here in Southport. We talked about how the retail industry or the service industry may not be able to pay wages that can support living in Southport, but you talked about other industries and the opportunities around us that might bring those industries. Can you just dig into some of those other things geographically, where we're located, where we're situated? We have a port, nuclear facility nearby. Can you just dig into that a little more?
You've got a lot of state property at the end of this road right here. That's potential is tremendous. But those people that don't want this and don't want that have sort of slowed those things down. Our industries are shrinking, and they probably should. We had, I think, Capital Power was doing some energy creation for ADM, and it created some coal ash, and things like that, and we shut that down. I don't think that Duke Power has long-term. Duke Power can't survive forever,
right?
So there'll be a conversion on that. So we have some industrial area that's at the end of more that the state owns that could be developed. Rob Gandy and some other areas. We have been sort of cut. Our knees have been cut with our ETJ.
Right.
But we still can work on intently looking at different industries to come in. We've got a little company across the street called Strings and Beyond. They sell guitar strings. Nobody goes into Strings and Beyond.
Right.
You order it from the internet. You have the Ups truck come to see us all, throw it into Ups truck and sell it to the world.
Right.
So that opportunity is here. So looking at those kind of small employee-based things where families can develop a wealth in terms of owning a hotel, things of that nature are in place. But we don't market ourselves to that.
Right.
We market ourselves to the happiest seaside village. And there is no future in that. I'm gonna hold off for a little bit. I've lost some thoughts, but
I imagine Southport's a pretty nice place to come every day and work. Noah, I'm sure you enjoy driving into town each morning and seeing the cultural character. I mean, when Danny and I were driving into the city and riding down the road there, and just you can tell when you get into Southport, right? There's a visibility, there's a feeling. It feels different when you transition from the county into the city.
that can be attractive for employers, for sure. That's an opportunity.
If we could control our cost, the elephant in the room, monetize the day tripper
Mm-hmm.
or the tourist economy. And that's where I've become the greedy old troll and say, shut it down only for us.
Mhm.
And anybody on the outside, 28461 that wants to help, they can join us, but don't just give parking away. Don't just give our right of ways away. We were in Wilmington last week, and we had an event, Town and State, I think Wednesday, and I couldn't find a parking spot. But there was some 2 blocks up, but the permit said after 5:30, only residents park here. And they were the only spots available. And if they wouldn't have had that protection, I would have taken up that spot and somebody come home and not been able to park in front of their house.
Right.
So at some point, we've got to take control and say enough is enough, and let's monetize it's always popular at election time. It's a great phrase word. We're going to monetize the tourist. We're going to monetize the visitor. But when it comes time and the outside, those people in Bowling Springs say, don't make me pay, we roll over and play dead.
I think to that point, and I think that Alderman Gross brought it up already as well. We have made attempts for a food and beverage tax, prepared food tax, which, as we understand it, we were asking that it go onto the ballot as for the ability for the citizens of Southport to vote for it.
Right.
That's what we were asking for. And if the citizens of Southport, the people who vote, decide that they don't want it, then I don't want to put that on them. But if they decide it's a great idea for us to remove some of the burden of our 4,700 and move that to the day trippers who are coming in, who live in the area, who are on Oak Island for the week, and the way that, as I understand it, it is distributing that amount of money that's collected for that, whether it's 1% or 2% or half a percentage point, whatever that is, as I understand it, that doesn't then go outside. That stays with us, and we don't have to beg to get part of our coffers back.
Right.
We've talked about the shifting of the sales tax and how it's distributed, because as in, you guys know, I'm sure, in Brunswick County, it's distributed per capita, which means that our 4,700, even though a huge portion of the sales tax that is collected in Brunswick County is collected here, we don't get to see that because there are municipalities that are 4 and 5 times the size that we are that don't have the number of registers that we have. So I think that's an opportunity. And then I think that the ability to look at what the fire fee distribution and how that's done. And I know that at the county level, they're talking about it. I know that there's no real plan in place, but the fire fee distribution could be certainly an opportunity for us not to have to continue to raise taxes on our citizens, because if we can shift that to a more equalized share, then that makes a lot of sense. So I think those are my.
Very good.
Again, I will, point to the reality, which is we cannot even ask the people of Southport, do you want to consider a served meal and beverage tax? We have to get the state's permission to put that on the ballot as a referendum question. And so far, they've said no. We can't even do that. We can't even get that far. I'm getting depressed.
Yes, sir.
Well, to those comments, we've heard from our business community that says they don't want it. So it's a fine, I just don't know how we encourage economic development, and then the very businesses that we're encouraging to come here are the very small businesses that we're asking to open up and service our community. We don't listen to them. It's a very fine line, I think. Part of economic development, part of the small businesses. The fact that a cookie shop And I love this cookie shop, but the fact that a cookie shop can make it at one of the most valuable intersections in all of Southport is impressive. You know, the fact that they can be there. So economic development, in my opinion, is having the conversation about prepared meals tax. Not that I'm opposed to it, but that's economic development. That's why they're coming here and not going somewhere else. No paid parking. Not that I mean, if it's the right thing to do, yes, let's have that conversation. But at the end of the day, the business owners say they don't want it. They're here because they don't have it. That's economic development. That's what small towns do to encourage small business. So where's the line? If we're on a seesaw, how do we balance creating the jobs, keeping the jobs, retaining the jobs? I think it's a fine line between.
Well, okay, you raised this question, but the way of getting to the right answers is the classic, if not this, then what? If not now, then when? And we don't have those answers.
So I've spoken to some of the restaurant owners who are now open to it. So one of the big holdups that I was hearing from them was that they did not understand the benefit of what it would do, number one. But much like I mentioned the occupancy tax and how as a lodging facility in Southport, I have to collect occupancy tax and remit occupancy tax. As I'm explaining a food and beverage fee tax, I'm not sure what that is, to restaurant owners and explaining it the same way, it starts to make sense. So one of the big holdups was the fact that, oh, well, the big chains that are outside of town don't have to pay it. Well, those that are in our annexed areas in city of Southport, the big chains out there would also have to pay it. So that takes away some of the stigma that we heard for years about, oh, well, they don't have to do it because they're out there. Well, they're out there, but they're still in our city limits. So they do still have to do that when we get there. So I think part of it is an education. Like we're talking about excellence in government. If they don't have to do anything, they're not going to. If I don't have to do anything, I'm not going to. I don't want to collect and remit that tax every month, but I do it. And it doesn't, it's part of my monthly thing. I sit down, I do my sales tax, I do my occupancy tax every month. And it's just one more line item that you write one little report and send it off, and there it is. So I have been talking to restaurant owners about it, just so you know. And not everybody is on board, but I'm certainly working on an education for that.
So it's certainly
Yes, sir.
a
Yes, sir.
1% food and beverage prepared tax. So when I go to Mr. P's and my bill's $100, I'm gonna have to pay $101. That is not gonna stop me from going to Mr. P's or ordering a second glass of wine for my wife. So it can't be a monetary issue. And I agree with Rebecca. Maybe it's an education issue. Maybe we need to educate our business owners and explain to them what this will bring to Southport in terms of additional revenues.
When they understand the potholes might go away because we have the ability to pay for it and the guests can get there easier, it all starts to make a lot of sense.
They says sales tax doesn't discriminate between a city taxpayer. So when you talk about raising cost and protecting those that are on a fixed income, that is raising cost because the people that live here will pay it every day. The tourists will pay it once every time they come to visit. That's not doing us any good.
The way I see it, Mark, it's an opt-in. You don't have to go out to eat. So you're choosing to go out to eat, and in doing that, you're opting into it. Versus adding it to your electric bill or adding it to your property tax. Those are different. It's kind of a little bit of a different mindset. I don't cook very well, so I have to go out to eat, but I think that probably isn't something that most people have to deal with.
The other thing too, that to piggyback on Rebecca, is that I think the yacht basin numbers I saw is like during the end season, it can be as much as 3,000 a day going through the yacht basin. So that definitely isn't locals per se as much.
Very good. Let's talk about some threats. And I think we've already kind of gone over these things. And like I mentioned before, opportunities and threats can be a matter of perspective. So I'll highlight a point here because I think everyone agrees to this. And I'm just going to call it the lack of the ability to control your own destiny. So with state, federal regulations limiting the ability of municipal governments to control their own destiny, I think that's one that has come up multiple times. We'll put on there. What are other threats? So we talk about development, growth, day trippers, tourism, the challenges that they bring. But they can be opportunities too, but they can be threats. I think we talked about them a lot from the perspective of threats. There's also opportunities that come with those. Do we agree that there's potential threats?
Growth pressures. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
From outside
overdevelopment
of our city
is
limits.
definitely a threat in that regard, and that's part of what we're seeing right now, whether it's the stormwater, the traffic, having to provide services for people that are coming in. I mean, it's a whole host of threats, but like you say, it's also an opportunity to meet those challenges. But it's definitely overdevelopment is one of those things, and the feeling of lack of control over your destiny, I think, is important, and funding is always a threat. I mean, how do you obtain? I mean, when it really boils down to is, it's that line from Jerry Maguire, "Show me the money." It really is part of it. And just what I've said before, lawyers, engineers, and money. I mean, you need all three. You got to have it. And money is and however you try to raise it, whether it's with taxes, whether it's with the food tax or what have you. And I think part of, what we learned at the School of Public Health was that a tax can be regressive. The tax that you pay at whether it's a restaurant, if you have a certain fixed income, it impacts you more,
Right.
or and you understand, maybe you can explain it better, but or a fee on your license or whatever, on the fixed income versus the ad valorem tax, which is a percentage of what you own. That is not a regressive tax.
Right.
But these other fees and that type thing can be, because it means different. So the millionaire or the person that's on a fixed income pays the same sales tax.
Right.
So I think that's something that needs to be, or parking or what have you.
We haven't touched on this subject here recently. I'm sorry. We haven't touched on this subject recently, but it was a topic of conversation at the beginning: infrastructure, stormwater infrastructure, giving away water and sewer. That can be a means of controlling growth. All right. So do we feel that because the city doesn't control infrastructure in terms of sewer capacity, that's a potential threat?
Yeah, with the county looking at possibly having to do a moratorium because of the
Interpretation of the, yeah.
It
We
was an
need to take
opportunity,
into-
though, also, I'm
Exactly.
sorry, but it was an opportunity to regionalize and merge with
Right.
the county. So that's one of the ones that you were saying something
Perspective.
can be an opportunity, but also I guess possibly could be a threat if you look at it that way. But that was the right decision to make. And the NCDEQ saying that you need to have the capacity there, depending what you've permitted, there's got to be a better way of controlling growth than that, because that's not really a rational approach, and that can be fixed. And I've talked to Representative Miller about this, and he really feels strongly about it also. That should change. That needs to be changed.
Yes, sir.
the flip side on this is with this moratorium, we are not going to be seeing the increased property taxes from annexed properties in Indigo 2 or the waterways, because this is going to shut down a lot of the development there. I mean, existing permits, whether the places have been built or not, are counted in as part of the flow. However, anything that's not permitted, that's part of the moratorium. And they've barely gotten started there. I don't know if any of the properties have been sold. Over at what I still call Oakton, they've got spec houses for sale. I have no idea how many permits there are, but we were anticipating in coming years the property taxes. This is going to really affect how we deal with our budget coming up.
I was over at the Indigo Phase 2 sales office this week just to learn as much as I could. It appears that the infrastructure will not be in place until the first or second quarter of 2027. Looks like there are approximately 30 or so lots have been sold. Builders have been selected, about 7 of them. They're required to buy a minimum of 5 lots. You can buy a lot for 10% down, and this is not a sales pitch, but you can buy a lot for 10% down, but you don't close until the infrastructure is in, which means those lots won't close, which potentially is when we'll be able to get some property taxes until first or second quarter of 2027. And you're probably going to have to add 9 months to build a house on the average. So it's probably going to be first quarter of 2028. So to Lowe's point, we're not looking at getting a lot of property taxes from Indigo Phase 2 for a while. And depending on the impact of this latest moratorium, which I'm sure Noah's on top of it. He's already told me he's been calling the county, and we appreciate him being on top of that. We'll have to be very careful with our revenue projections in the future because of the timeline that some of these developments are under.
Yes, ma'am.
Because this says external factors that influence the current or potential operations of the city in a negative way. I would like to throw this out there that social media negatively impacts our staff often and is a real sometimes debilitating in the way we move forward.
Very good. Thank you.
Well, I want to just say amen to what Karen just said. As someone who just went through a very contentious period of running for alderman, I'm trying to stay off of social media as much as I kind of had my full of it during the election cycle.
Well, let's pause there unless anyone has any other threats that they want to bring. We've been hard at it here now for the past hour and a half without a break. So let's take a quick break. We can get back together at 11:45. I will defer to, I don't know if there's food here, but let's.
45 minutes.
Yeah. 10 minutes. We'll wrap up. We've got a couple more exercises and we'll wrap up.
Is that the same?
I have that big stuff for you.
Did you get the folder and everything to follow along? That's all right. They walk up.
Let's go ahead and start back up. Awesome.
What's our timetable? What do you anticipate to be, when y'all close everything up?
Today, we had talked about wrapping up by 12:30. I imagine that we'll extend a little bit past that, but certainly don't want to push later than 1 to be respectful of everybody's time. Yes, sir. So again, this entire process, we've been working towards these focus areas, and I touched on this earlier, but I want to go back and identify the hierarchy of the strategic planning process as we get into analyzing what our focus areas are. So when we're establishing a framework for this strategic plan, we're looking at 3 things: focus areas, strategic goals, and objectives. Focus areas are short phrases that broadly encompass a shared theme. So I mentioned this earlier: short phrase, broad theme. Strategic goals identify a specific initiative that the city desires to achieve, and then objectives are action statements. That's actions that we are taking to realize the strategic goal. Give you an example here. So a focus area could be public access to recreational opportunities. And then a strategic goal would be acquire land for new and expanding parks. And an objective would be apply for a Part F grant. So if you start at the bottom and work your way up, we're taking an action, we're applying for a Part F grant in order to acquire new land for an expansion of an existing park or new park. And we're doing that under the public access to recreational opportunities focus area. So that's what we're working on now. But what we want to focus on is just the focus areas right now, the high level structure of the strategic plan. So based on everything, we've done a SWOT analysis. You've had an opportunity to respond to questions individually. We've broken out as a group and discussed those responses. We've identified strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Let's look at some themes. What have been emerging themes? What are things that we've consistently talked about where we can group some of the discussions that we've had? One thing that I'll note, I'll kick off if you don't mind: fiscal sustainability and revenue diversification. Seems like that's been a topic of discussion all day long. Does everyone agree that that's a focus area? Fiscal sustainability and revenue diversification? All right. So we're going to take a quick moment, and within your folders, there should be a notepad. And if you don't have a notepad, let me know, or you can use a scratch sheet of paper. What does success look like under fiscal sustainability and revenue diversification? Right. So we've talked a lot about lowering taxes. We've talked a lot about making sure that we have enough revenue to support the growing population of the city and the day trippers and tourists that come in and strain the infrastructure and resources that the city has. So when NOAA in a month from now is looking at how to achieve the goal of fiscal sustainability and revenue diversification, what should he be doing? Just write that down. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, Noah.
Right. No, I think within that, I think we have broad diversification of different streams of thoughts. You know, right now, if I proposed a 2-cent tax increase, I think I could get 3 votes for that. I think I could get 3 opponents for that, and the mayor would be stuck breaking the tax. So I think when we look at the budget as a whole, we can go either way. We can continue down the path we have and in the tax rate we have been on with increases and tackle these large projects, or we can cut programs and departments, or we can strike a balance of both. So really, as we look for what is the board's objectives in this next budget cycle, What does that balancing look like as far as what is, as Robert touched on, the balancing act between property owners, between low income folks that might pay sales tax? How do we balance that within the budget to meet our needs and growing needs, versus, revenue projections? Something that we have control over one tax, nothing else at the moment. We certainly will advocate for those additional taxing policies that we want, but within that one we have, how do we look at that in the budget context to say, what are we willing to do as far as revenue? What are we willing to do as far as expenditures? And not necessarily as a in granular detail, but as you look at the 30,000 foot policy objective of the board at this point, where do you want to be as we go forward over this next year, to look at that? Is that a consensus of the board to maintain that current tax level? Is that to go up a penny or two? Is that to cut a penny or two? Is that a mix of several different strategies of mixing in fund balance with that without a tax increase? So really, what does the board's majority view on where do we go with tax policy, which then will definitely tie well into the expenditure side as we go forward in these large projects. So, fiscal sustainability and revenue diversification, kind of a 1 and 2 approach. How do we make sure we have that fiscal sustainability, work for diversification, but at the moment only controlling one revenue source? How do we serve the needs of the community at this point with what we have?
That was a really good summation. Don't you think, Daniel? I mean,
Yes, sir.
that was
That was
good
great.
good that you put him on the spot like that. So I was listening intently, and I hope everyone else was too. And just from a historic perspective, you can find in the pilot, and the headline was "Budget Lean and Mean." That was 6, 7, 8 years ago, and they did not raise taxes for a period of 5 years, and then Southport got behind, and so I think you want to meet the present needs in anything. You want excellence in everything we do. You want to meet the present needs, but you want to have that future look, and to be nihilistic about it. Say, well, we're just not going to raise taxes. In fact, we're going to cut them. I mean, that's certainly an approach, but I don't think that's the best approach for a growing city, and a city that has a robust tax base. I mean, we really do. It has a strong tax base. The housing market, the ad valorem, the whole of that whole pie, so to speak, is not shrinking. It's getting larger and it's more valuable.
That's right.
Alderman Davis mentioned the $5 million home. I mean, my goodness. So there's a base. So I think that we should be just judicious about it, but to say, well, we're just not going to raise taxes. And I think if you want to plan for the future, and that does require revenue.
Yes, sir.
And I appreciate the manager's thoughts on that. It was very good. I mean, you have multiple choices.
And I think that, as we look back on the current year, last year's budget cycle was a good year that we did not have to raise taxes. We hope to be in a similar situation operationally this year, but as we look at what is our long-term needs, as the mayor touched on at the beginning, we have $60 million of stormwater needs. We have no other option for that other than the one tax we have control over, and then looking towards bonding. So, sprinkling in grants where we can, which we go after. So looking at it holistically, as I think operationally we're in a great space. We have a robust fund balance, but even if we were to write a check for our entire fund balance today, which we would not do, but even if we did, would not take care of a quarter of our stormwater needs. So how do we look at it holistically as we go forward with a realistic expectation of revenue, what we have today, what we seek to get from the legislature and new authority. But as we look forward to bonding, such things of that nature, we're going to have to back that up with dedicated revenue to support those bonding needs. So looking at how we offset that, or rather with operational cuts to support that infrastructure side, or we can continue to work through each budget cycle to start more heavily investing in our infrastructure through fund balance usage, which will be a priority going forward. But to really get a bite out of the apple is going to take some dedicated revenue streams.
A couple of things that I think are important. So first and foremost, I think we need to start planning further ahead. Right now, it's year after year, new conversation, new discussion. You know, we're not planning. If Rebecca and I weren't planning, our kids are going to end up not going to school, you know, so, or they're going to go to school on their own dime. We have to plan. We got to figure out what the future of Southport looks like. Where is Southport actually going to be? And then, you know, one of the hardest things that I think, if we ask ourselves honestly as a board, one of the hardest decisions that we make is facing our constituents and having real hard conversations about the things that are or are not important to them. And every single person has a different explanation of that. Every single person has a different answer. And so it's easy for people to come to us and say, cut this, cut that. But that's important to people. You know, it's easy for someone that doesn't have children to say, our before and after school care needs to get cut. That's easy. But it's also easy for those same people to say, but we need the senior center and all the amenities and benefits that come with that. So we really need to listen to the people we serve. We need to continue to try to provide the services that we're providing. I think that Parks and Rec is really looking at some opportunities with regards to sponsorships. You know, each child pays to join, and I think that, you know, as an example, basketball probably breaks even or makes money, but you know, can we find sponsorships for those teams? It's not a lot of money, but it helps. It helps to offset a cost that someone else doesn't see value in. So that's something that I think. And if your street is paved and beautiful, you're probably not worried about the street between Atlantic and Bay that you never drive down, or Atlantic between Moore and Bay that you never drive down. So those are the things that we need to ask ourselves. How do we balance what's important to some, not important to others? And what services are we going to provide? Because we can cut services that are important to certain people and lower taxes. We can wipe out all services. Doesn't make sense.
I would hope that we would pursue the Government Finance Officers Association Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. That would be a 5-year plan that we've talked about this several different times. That would give us that longer term plan, and it would give us transparency for citizens and the whole conversation. So for me, that answers a lot about trying to understand financial planning.
That was again.
It's the Government Finance Officers Association Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. Wrightsville has it, Sanford, New Bern, Carborough, Morehead City, Leland, Indian Trail. A lot of towns are doing that. So it is something that is achievable, and it would be a way for us to have that long range planning for that.
What does it look like? In order, I mean, what do you have?
It's a 5-year plan. I'm sure that Joey can tell you.
Yeah, and there's a lot of data and background in that. Even just the look of the budget book and the budget presentation, we have laid the groundwork for that with our new accounting and budgeting software, OpenGov. Leland has the same software. A lot of these that have one that has that. So as we implement that, that will be a part of this coming budget cycle that will greatly help us lay that foundation to have those data points and meet that criteria. The software actually has a budget book GFOA specific template that we will follow to meet those criteria in hopes of getting that award. So it will be great internal and for the board to have a better new process, but also for the community residents to have that extra layer of transparency that we will then be able to have a real-time dashboard on the website that shows actual daily today revenue versus expenditures versus budget day to day, so that we have laid the foundation for that, and that'll be a great strategy going forward for that long-term financial picture.
If I can jump in.
Yeah.
I appreciate your response, and I think you touch on, the structure of what we're trying to achieve well. We're setting that focus area of fiscal sustainability and revenue diversification, and then kind of below that, I'm hearing, thinking through fiscal long-term planning, and then perhaps an action within that is trying to achieve that award. So I think thinking along that structure, you're hitting the nail on the head with, what we're trying to achieve with the conversation today. And because, there are 7 members on the board, I'd love to hear, someone else's perspective on whether or not, attaining that long-term financial planning is of importance to you as well, just so we can understand the consensus in the room.
I think long-term planning in general, whether it's financial, whether it's looking at the parks, whether it's looking at City Hall, I think overall we need to be looking at more than just 1 year at a time. I think we've got some debt that will be rolling off over the next couple year or two. For the fire department, we've got some big expenditures coming up that we might need to bond. We might need to look at some other debt service to help pay for that. And that all can't come at us at once. Otherwise, we're going to be chasing our tails trying to figure that out. And then you mentioned, you asked us to write stuff down. I think that for me personally, I really want to lean into what our needs are. And I think our needs are heavily infrastructure right now. And we have to lean into our infrastructure needs. We're going to start having liability issues when it comes to sidewalks, which we've begun dealing with. Thank you, Mr. Stanley, as well as some of our roads and the condition of the roads that we see down here, not just on that block on Atlantic, but the same block on Caswell, and certainly Lord and some other areas of the city that need really immediate attention.
If I
Yes,
could add
sir.
a couple things, I know I'd like to see an employee suggestion system
Okay.
with a incentive bonus program. This is something that state government had. After 1 year, you reevaluate that suggestion, see how much savings was associated, and maybe we give Toy a 10% bonus for what was saved in that first year. Something we did in state government. Do we have any pardon me?
Salary?
10% of the savings that was accumulated over that first year, based on that idea. Have we evaluated, do we have any duplication of services? I've not evaluated this myself, but I've heard from citizens that we have a county senior center, and we also do senior programming through our P&R. I just want to be comfortable that we're not duplicating those services, and we're collaborating with them to fill in the gaps. I like Robert's idea of P&R sponsorships, and we've talked a little bit during some training that we had in Wilmington about the advertisements in the gym. I don't know the history of those, but I think there's about 75 advertisements up on the wall. I went to a basketball game myself after Robert encouraged me to do, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. And it was a crowded there that night. But are there opportunities for revenues from those advertisements that we haven't been taking in the last 15, 20 years? Again, I don't know. I'd like to see us look at our overtime. In 2025, calendar year, it was reported to me by our distinguished city manager that we spent $348,000 in overtime as a city. I'm not suggesting that we can cut out overtime. We have vacancies. We have to fill in. Firefighters have to work overtime to fill in a vacancy, police officers, et cetera. But I'd like to see us look at our overtime. Are there opportunities to look at alternative work schedules, do cross training, et cetera? See if we can't reduce that overtime. $348,000 in overtime in a calendar year seems a little excessive for a town of 4,700 people.
What's the source?
Fire.
But
I
from
think
like
most
hurricane,
of it was for cleaning up after 4th of July.
Obviously,
Just general.
it's gonna take a multi-prong approach. You know, we're not gonna fix this problem with one's doing one initiative. It's gonna take a multi-prong approach, and I think we've got the talent sitting in this room and at City Hall to tackle it effectively.
You know, we're talking conceptually here, but the signs in the city gym and sponsorships, this is an example. I mean, this is symbolic of something that we as a board need to get on top of. And that is, we come up with ideas. We like the ideas. We don't do anything about it. It's like a firecracker that you light and it goes psh, and then it just fizzles out and nothing happens. It's either 2 or 3 years ago, Alderman Spencer talked about how the signs in the city gym at this point are historic elements. There's not a single business whose sign is up there that's still in business. So he led the discussion on this about, I mean, why don't we offer these for sale, auction them off, perhaps have some kind of an event. Plenty of people would probably want them. And then sponsorships. New signs, among other things. If you go to the dog park, for example, on Fish Factory Road, the Oak Island Bill Smith Dog Park, the fencing all around the dog park has signs for businesses, and they're right on top of making, you know, you get your sign for a year and then they come back at you to find out, you know, are you going to keep your sign? Okay, here's your bill. You're not going to keep your sign, take it down. Somebody else wants your space. I don't know how much money they make from that, but, and I'm not suggesting that our dog park have signs, but the fact is we come up with ideas and we dance around the possibility of policies, but it goes nowhere. And that's on us. We tend to table things without, table decisions without an end date on when we're going to take action. That must be very frustrating for city staff. But I also want to say that it's up to us to make sure that city staff moves us along toward what we've said we want.
I believe there were 75 signs that I counted tonight. I went over there to watch the basketball game. Now, you know, at $200 a piece, 15 grand. It's not a lot of money, but you know, 15 grand is 15 grand. And if Heather was to earn that revenue, I would propose that she keep that revenue in the P&R department as well.
So this is a good conversation because it's enlightening to know that none of them read the newsletter because that was in it this past month about this exact topic, the signs.
Exactly.
And so we talk about our citizens are not aware of government and whatever, and we're not even reading the city newsletter. And so just an observation.
Just for the record, I
not a
did see the newsletter, but I felt that this was the forum in which to bring this up because it comes back to the board not doing what we should.
True. That's not the point. The point was that it was addressed in the newsletter. Nobody said that it was in there or that you didn't know what the background was. The background was explained and that type thing. So yeah, in City Gym, read the newsletter and you can see what was said. But yeah, I was there last night, and it's a great program. And Alderman Carroll was there, and Alderman Mosteller, and it is. But
I hope that I'm not the last person to know something and have to read a newsletter to know about it. I got a manager that's supposed to let me know what's going on. So I might not have read that newsletter, but 3.5, 4 years ago, I did say something about
yes,
this.
you did. Oh, sure, you
And
did.
it went to deaf ear too. So
Yeah. No, so we're
It must have been 2 years ago because I was in the room for it, I think.
Yeah, it was before you were there. Anyway, it's just an observation.
So we've got some consensus, I believe, on this first focus area, fiscal sustainability and revenue diversification. Can I just get a nod if everyone believes that that's a focus area for us, and that's been a sort of a product of the conversation that we've had. Another one, and again, this is your plan. It's not my plan. I'm here to help facilitate. But in the discussions that the board has had this morning, another one that came to mind was community character and quality of life. That seems to be sort of ingrained in everything that the board talks about. You know, how does this impact the residents of the city, the future residents of the city, the business owners? Is there some consensus that community character and quality of life is a focus area that this board wants to make sure that there are goals in place to continue to work towards that?
It's
Yes,
one
sir.
thing to characterize these goals and say this is what we want, but then we create policies that are counterproductive to these goals. It undermines
Exactly.
the whole process.
That's right.
So regulation, historic district, all these things are stifling effects that keep us from growing, keep us from having that $5 million tax base. No new person, but tax base triples, quadruples from one unit being improved. That's a fix. But we have to ride that wave. We have to ride that wave, stay on it, not just say, yeah, that's okay, but let's regulate everybody else. That $5 million house went from $1,000 a year to $5,000 a year, and no new people came to town. That helped us a lot. But if we would have stifled that and said, no, we don't want that. That's not what it used to be. Matter of fact, the waterfront was a bunch of old fish houses that were very ugly. What used to be was not necessarily so pretty, and it smelled. So sure. The perception of what we should be is been scattered, and we create these policies that undermine our true intention.
What I was just going to say is I go back to the CAMA or comprehensive plan. Mm-hmm. And so the number one goal, and this is from citizens, the number one goal was protect coastal and environmental resources. That was the one that was the first goal. Second goal was manage growth to protect community character. And that had a lot to do with growth management, land development policies, and that sort of thing. And I just want to be clear, in the top three, preserve historic and cultural assets. That was in the top three of what we're saying in our comprehensive plan that is our values and our goals. So, and we may have a different, to say that it stifles, it protects, it's not only just protecting what we think as a cultural benefit, it's also an economic asset, this historic district that we have. Conversation. I can go on though. The investment in resilient infrastructure and services, that was number 4. Enhance public spaces and quality of life, that was number 5. And number 6 was strengthen governance, partnerships, and accountability. So really, we're kind of going about it. If we were looking at the comprehensive plan, the ordering of it was what was based on citizen input.
Yeah, and that's great. And I'm so glad that you bring up the comprehensive plan, because I have some of those themes here, and there should be, it would be natural for there to be overlap between the strategic plan and the comprehensive plan, right? The comprehensive plan is driven by public engagement and public feedback, and there should be overlap between strategic goals and the vision set forth in the comprehensive plan. So that's great. Thank you for bringing that up.
And the order that we're going through things right now doesn't denote any, order of significance or anything by that means. When we kind of summarize at the end, we can have a discussion of, how you would like to see them structured.
Yeah.
But I just have the numbers on there just as a purpose of counting the amount that we've gone through thus far.
What about quality of life? So what I had and what's on the screen there, community character and quality of life, preserving the historical and cultural assets, historic district conversation. I think the environment too, that's something that factors into the quality of life here, the small town feel, the access to the natural resources. I think that factors into the quality of life. Is there agreement from the board on that too? So then I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. So then should another focus area, and this was brought up several times in the comprehensive plan, look at the environment as a separate focus area, our natural resources. So we talk about community character and quality of life. What about our natural resources that contribute to those things? Environmental stewardship. Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely. So I know personally when I'm having a day, I drive down to the waterfront and I sit, look at the water. I can see right now trucks from local businesses with guys eating in the trucks right now, looking out at the water. We are in process of our waterfront stabilization that will be happening here shortly, which might change a little bit of the look of what we're seeing. However, it is going to protect what we have here. We unfortunately during PTC 8, we had a couple of spots where roads washed out that we were able to work with DOT in one area in particular. We were able to get a bridge put in rather than culverts put back in. So it's really balancing what's best for the environment with how government can work with that. So there are other areas where there are culverts still in place that in the future, hopefully we'll see bridges go in over that to allow easier water flow, which then goes back to our stormwater and the ability to make the stormwater flow freely and get out to the river where it needs to be, rather than getting stuck in sort of bowls throughout the city.
Right.
So I think that's a big one. And then our tree canopy, which I think Robert mentioned earlier, is huge for us. We have a tree ordinance in place, which is not something that Brunswick County has and can't do. We had a historic one that we were able to modify, which allowed us to protect the trees that we have here. And thankfully, some of the developers that are coming in see the value in that also. So I think that's huge. And again, that goes back to education and helping educate the developers when they're coming in and how important that is to Southport. And again, that goes to our look and feel, that goes to the character, and it's all part of our environment here. I think that dredging is opportunity and threat for us. We've got the dredge boat out in the channel every few years, maintaining the channel. We mentioned earlier, and Karen really took the reins to help get the communities together to understand that dredging our river deeper will have really potentially negative effects, not only on Southport, but on the other coastal communities that go up the river. And then we also have positive effects from dredging. We've got our yacht basin that likely needs to be dredged in the near future. 10 years. Yeah. But, part of that was our city dock had to be built out again, and that is now completed. And part of our quality of life. Our Parks and Rec does activities off of the dock there. So it all goes back to our environment if we're really looking at it throughout Southport. And then the idea of being prepared for hurricanes is a big deal for us. And part of the reason our fund balance has to be so high, because we never know when those are coming. And we certainly have to be prepared for whatever negative effects come from that. Although it's really great to see the community come together after that stuff also. So, all right, that's my
Rally around the flag sort of moment. Yeah. So, yes, sir.
I certainly support the focus on our environment and our natural resources. And I've heard Mayor Hayden mention our crown jewels in many speeches, and that to me relates to the yacht basin, obviously. And we have many crown jewels, our waterfront along Bay Street and Franklin Square Park. I think those are obviously three of our crown jewels that we're very proud of in Southport, and we want to protect them and maintain them for the enjoyment of our citizens.
Danny and I were talking during the break. Infrastructure was something that was discussed a lot today. And while it's clearly important, I don't know if setting a focus area aside strictly for infrastructure does it justice. To me, it feels like it needs to be weaved into each of the focus areas. There need to be goals under each of the focus areas related to infrastructure. Do y'all tend to agree with that? It touches so many different things that we felt it would be important to have it woven within each of the focus areas. And if you disagree, help me understand, when you say infrastructure, what do you mean specifically?
Yeah, yes and no. So yes, I agree with you that it needs to be woven throughout, but I think that it's so important for us here that it really needs to stand alone as well. For us, that is, I mean, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, for us, that's our sidewalk network. We don't have control over the state roads, obviously, and the sidewalks there, although we did finally get some additional crosswalks in place. On our city streets, those sidewalks, some of them were in not great condition. They are in process of being fixed now, which is wonderful. Our stormwater is huge. We have flooding issues throughout the city. Some of the stormwater was never built out, never connected. So there were drains that never connected to anything. We have done a stormwater plan and we have that in hand to be able to start planning towards that end. And then our streets are in really bad shape in a lot of areas. We do cold patch, and our public works team does a great job for sort of emergency stuff, but we're not set up to pave roads. So there are certainly areas that we need to go out to bid and plan for, these however many miles of road we need to do right now. That next round we can probably do next year, but we need to kind of plan what that looks like, because we can only cold patch so much. And I think those are my top three. I don't know if anybody else has.
Sidewalks, roads, stormwater.
And they conflict with each other, because when you build up a road, it becomes a dam. And we've created a bunch of dams. Southport Way is an area across a major drainage creek, Bonnet's Creek. And they built a little pipe to get a bridge across, and whenever it floods, the water can't get through that pipe. And then it gets to our state road, and it can't get through that pipe, and it backs up in that neighborhood. So we created a bunch of dams without allowing the water to flow. So we have to do it succinct at the same time. Make sure that we don't create a problem with these policies of let's fix the roads and make stormwater drainage worse. Isolate it more into these areas that can't get away. So there's a double-edged sword to jumping on one issue without covering the other. And so the true problem is the new neighborhoods have high expectations on their stormwater, their curb and gutter, and their drain fields. The old Southport has none. It's very expensive to upgrade because of old oak trees and things of that nature.
Right.
So catching the old Southport up with the new is our dilemma a lot of times.
That's right.
So I struggle with this. We're talking about our current tax rate being too high, and we're not doing these things. So how do we, our current tax rate wouldn't cover these things.
Right.
I don't know how we've got,
$5 million ad valorem tax and we need $60 million.
Right.
And we can't, and no
It's an
adding of
imbalance, the
services,
seesaw.
no new services, but that much more per year. So
Right.
that's,
And I don't have a good answer to that question. I think it takes long-term planning. That's the best answer I have. It takes long-term planning, congruency from the board members on what the priorities are, how to invest money in specific resources and things. These conversations are important. Sometimes they can create friction, but they're important to have because it leads to consistency in resource allocation. And that's really important, right? For years and years, things were built a certain way with no regard for stormwater because it just wasn't a concern. And now we're facing the repercussions of that and the costs associated with it. And a lot of these focus areas are going to be interwoven, right? So we talk about diversification of revenue sources. Well, that's going to have an impact on infrastructure, right? If the city's able to bring in more revenue through diverse sources, there may be more allocation of resources to infrastructure. So that long-term planning, I think, is the best answer I have for that question.
Oh, and I missed one on our infrastructure. Our electric grid is another big one. And we're undergrounding right now and are still in process of undergrounding. And they need upgrades and we probably need just some redundancy in that. So there are big things that come with our electric grid also. And I think that if we're looking at doing this in a way that makes sense, I know that we talked about having to do stormwater at the hospital area first because of that being a big issue. There are areas in Fodale that desperately need help. But if we fix too much upstream without fixing the downstream first, that's another problem that we're creating. So it's getting very strategic in how and where we start and building it in a way that, okay, this year we're spending this much money, not all of it, not our entire fund balance, on this section. And the plan is next year we do this section, next year, and really planning that out.
Right. Another saying that I heard once was, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time, right? So these things can seem overwhelming, but don't let it discourage you. One step in the right direction is progress. So we've got I think we've got sort of identified what could be 3 or 4 focus areas. And we've talked around managing growth, sustainability. Is that one that you all think should be interwoven or should be its own focus area? Great question. And I think that's up for the board to decide. So sustainability in terms of generational sustainability that Mr. Spencer talked about is what came to mind. Sustainability in terms of infrastructure, right? Are we approving projects that might lead to more expenditures in the future? That's what I had in mind when I mentioned sustainability. What about public safety? That's been a theme throughout the day. I'm sorry, I didn't catch
Was that a pot shot at some of us?
Well, yeah,
There are some, no,
honestly, we're paying for the people that are coming and going, being stopped more. Not that I'm the perfect driver or anything.
Sure.
Seems like I get stopped a bunch here lately. I grew up here, creeping around town. They don't know who's who.
Yeah.
People coming and going so much, we don't know who our residents are, who's supposed to be here and who's visiting.
Right.
So the police presence has increased, especially since our shooting down at American Fish.
Mhm.
There's been a lot of activity in terms of people being arrested for things, and they're really unnecessary in a lot of ways for a community this size. But it is what it is. They have to deal with. They can't just deal with the local. They don't coming into town daily. It's hard to know who's who, and so I've noticed a higher increase of our locals being stopped and dealing with the police.
Gotcha.
When I don't think a lot of us are too hardcore criminals. Maybe drive wrong or something.
Understood. That's a good point. Any other?
We're referring to both police and fire as you relate to public safety, is that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I do think we have some issues with our structure. We keep reacting to traffic patterns, which are ultimately pushing that bad traffic to areas of the community that didn't have it before. So and I'm specifically thinking about Fodell. Fodell is a damn thoroughfare right now. And Park and Stewart. Yep, let's name them all. Come on. And so, that's it. That's it. Yeah. So those are challenges that we face as it relates to that. We're reactive. We sometimes cause one action causes an effect in another part of town. So I think that's important. I think from fire and EMS, I am a huge proponent of fire and EMS. I think we have to find ways to fund it. There's concern that the city is subsidizing the fire district. I think there was a statistic that 75% of our fire district is outside of the city limits. Is that right? About 7. What's that? Okay, so more than, let's say 50%, 50-50 split. I'd love to know, if we didn't have a district, what would the cost to Southport be? I would think that a smaller number of people paying in, we're still going to have the same resources we have currently, I would assume, especially with added development that's going to take place. So is it realistic to think that we shouldn't be subsidizing and then finding funding to overcome that subsidy? How do we work with the county? How do we use those relationships that some of you have with our county commissioners, and take it well, Rebecca and others, to advance that concept? Because we're not, the reality is, with regards to fire and EMS, we are not the only municipality in this county that is subsidizing the fire district.
Right.
And so, and we can't be the only people across the state. So we've got to, what are the options? And I think we've got very competent, capable staff to figure that out. And again, it's been part of the topic of conversation for 3 years. So it's not like it's not on the, forethought.
Right. Okay. I was just taking that in for a second.
and the fire fee at the district level is maxed out. There's no additional, they can't levy any further fire fee without going to the state legislature and getting that approved at
Gotcha.
the state level.
Okay. Yeah. Right. I know that's been a topic of discussion across the entire county, just in talking with other municipalities in the county. That's front of mind for many of them.
Shalom, like last year's budget, we were like 980,000. Shalom did 900,000. So I just think everybody's in the same. Oak Island did 2.2 subsidy for their fire. And,
The entire Oak Island's entire fire district is within their city limits.
right, but,
So they actually went to a fire tax.
okay. Well, their budget added, it said fire fees last year. I don't know about this year, but last year it said what the fire fees were. And
But
then I looked
they
at that.
only service their municipality unless they're doing mutual aid.
Right, so the funding is in, our fire, EMS, I mean, it's crucial, especially when you look at the demographics of the city. And we have a hospital here, and they have this hospital tax that has worked well for decades. It's 4 cents on the $100, and the fire fee will have to transition to a fire tax for that district, and I think it will work well. But I mean, this is one of the things you want to provide. This is one of the things that civilized society provides: fire, rescue, EMS, medical. The fact that we have a hospital here in this size town, it would never happen again. But the fact that it was started here in 1930, that was a blessing in that regard. And this, hospital tax has been a blessing for this community, and to have that hospital here. And so I think we have to look at it that way. What services do our citizens want? I bet they want a fire department that's responsive. They want EMS that can get there in time to save a loved one's life, and they want a hospital nearby. Rural hospitals are having difficulty when you see what's been happening on the federal level. So the fact that this community has stepped up, and this board has to decide if they're going to step up in the same way or not, and what the citizens want. And I think supporting, I mean, again, in the newsletter, I talked in length about the fire department, the ISO score, and how important it is that they're thinking about not only the present, but they're thinking about the future. How do you provide the excellence to do that? The long-term planning is another way of saying it, and that's what I feel like when you look at that, the previous board that chose to build that fire station, they were looking forward, and it's meeting the needs now, decade or so later. And so that's what I feel like this board needs to do. As my seller said, what's it going to look like 25 years from now? That's what we have to think. We have to, next year, 3 years, 5 years, and then 30 years. I'm not going to be here in 30 years. Lo Davis will probably still be here, hollering at Robert. So
I have
even
a
from the
question.
grave, she'll.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor. A point of information, and I've wondered this before. How did the hospital tax? It is a tax, right? Or is it a fee?
Tax,
whatever
4
the right
cents on the
terminology
$100.
is. How did that come to pass? I mean, did the hospital have to get state approval? Did the hospital have to get city approval?
No,
Or did you just do it?
No, it was state. They had to go
So
to
it
the
was a state,
legislature,
okay.
then they had to vote a referendum
There we go.
to tax themselves 4 cents on the $100. So the citizens of Southport rose up in the 1970s and said, we're going to save our hospital. And your parents and grandparents rose up.
This
Robert
is an
Howard rose
instructive
up.
pattern for us, isn't it?
And
So
as I understand it, the hospital tax is only for Southport. Like St. James doesn't pay it.
They put part of it does. It's a district. It's Smithfield Township District taxing.
And this is just this side.
So most of them don't.
So do you tell the folks from St. James, go away?
Absolutely not.
No.
Do we get a discount at the
That's
hospital
That's
if we
not the
go?
point. And
No,
and-
I realize that.
and-
Is
and
there,
the
is there a
district is Oak
regionalization
Island.
though, that you could expand that based
Well,
on the usage?
it has to, that would have to go to the legislature and have to come up for another vote. The vote comes up again in 2030. The last vote was in 2000. It was for 30 years. So the vote as to whether or not to continue it, and should the service area match the township. You know, I thought that's what we should have done in 2000, but they were afraid that it would not pass if they tried to do that. So they just kept it at the same district. But that's been a successful, uh, 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 successful taxation for this community. And so if it certainly could work for the fire district, and it's certainly not regressive.
If I may pull us back for 1 second, back onto the strategic plan. Again, I want to be responsive to everybody's time. We're about 15 minutes from 1 o'clock, and so it's certainly not our intent to keep you here all day. We've got 4 focus areas on the screen here: fiscal sustainability and revenue diversification, community character and quality of life, infrastructure, public safety. Those are all things that we've talked about today. We've also talked about things like environmental stewardship. That was front of mind, particularly in the comprehensive plan and also discussions throughout the day. I think we can work that in as a goal under community character and quality of life, because that stewardship and natural resource protection falls under that. If there are different opinions, happy to discuss through that. But I do want to work through the high level before we get so far into the weeds. Is there anything else that you don't feel like we've covered? The one thing that stands out to me is community engagement or transparency in government. That was something that most of you had written down on your questionnaire, something that prompted you to run, or something that you felt like could be improved upon, or something that the community responds to you saying there is a lack of transparency, an area of focus.
The way it says it in the comprehensive plan is strengthen governance, partnerships, and accountability, which to me is a broader than just transparency.
And do y'all feel like strengthening governance, partnerships, and accountability is the yeah?
I don't know.
Well, as a goal, I would add in that strengthening partnerships suggests that we really work hard on developing strong partnerships with the cities right around us.
Absolutely.
That share our problems and for whom our solutions are their solutions and theirs may be ours. And we have a stronger voice with the state and with the county if we are working with other cities.
I think we've seen some of that direction with the mayor's meetings over the last several years. Certainly some continuity between the municipalities, and then the RPAC has been huge when we're talking about DOT and what's coming down the pipeline and the growth. We have a presence in those meetings as well. And when they were talking about, oh, well, it doesn't affect you, I'm like, well, everything that happens in Brunswick County affects us because we got to take all the roads to get here. So I think that between that and then the attendance at the county commissioners meetings and relationships with the county commissioners, as well as the planning board at the county level, not just our local, that all helps with those conversations. And then again, leading in to those relationships, not only the mayoral level, but also like the council of government thing that we went to last week.
Yeah.
We had 2 events last week where we were able to be in a room with other elected officials and city staff from other municipalities to be able to kind of foster that. And I think that's really helpful to have that. But there are a couple of other electeds that I talk to on a fairly regular basis. And sometimes it's just a venting session about things that we talk to each other about on the board.
But always.
Also, the manager does a manager's meeting, a regional manager's meeting. I think that's very important to partnerships. I think at all levels.
Absolutely. So we've got about 10 or 15 more minutes, but before we wrap up, I just want to make sure that we're in agreement on these 5 focus areas. This is where Danny and I are going to continue on and take more work once we leave this meeting. So are we all in agreement with these 5: fiscal sustainability and revenue diversification, community character and quality of life, infrastructure, public safety, and governance, partnerships, and accountability.
And if you think there's a better way to frame one of the things that we've put up there, or a different language that you'd like to see included, now would be a great time to provide feedback on that if it helps frame the way that we help develop the goals that fall under that section.
Well, community character and quality of life had a lot of subgroups, so I
Right,
think you
right.
were inclusive of all those
Yes, ma'am.
subgroups.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
That's right.
I don't know.
I think we're back to 16 million instead of 60 million on the stormwater.
I think I had pasted this below, so I had started taking notes on this portion and moved it down to a new, so we've got it in there twice.
We would prefer it be 16.
I'm sure you would.
All right, so we're going to wrap up here talking about next steps. But again, I think the conversation today was really constructive. Ms. Davis, you brought up a great point about you talk a lot, and this is not just a symptom in Southport. This is organizations, public and private, right? We talk about these things, but actually committing to action is the next step. So that's what this is. I hope you all will take today and commit to action from today. Danny and I have a couple things that we're going to put together and share with you. First, we're going to compile a report, right? Danny's been taking a lot of notes. We've been doing a lot of listening. We're going to compile a report, kind of a summary of the discussion today. And then we're going to develop a simplified strategic plan. And when I say simplified, I mean in terms of the size. It's not going to be dozens of pages long, right? It's something that hopefully is easily consumable by both this board, staff, and members of the public. But then you all also have a role to play in this process. As I mentioned at the beginning, the strategic planning process never ends. Constant cycle. So continue to evaluate the organization and think strategically. We're just getting started in this process right now. And I know that might feel overwhelming, but it'll become a habit. And then lastly, work with staff, right? You talked about that was one of the strengths that kept coming up in the discussion today, right? The staff is a strength, a tremendous resource for the city. So it's your job to set the policy. It's their job to implement that policy. So continue to work with staff on implementation of that policy. And I think you've got a great and competent staff in place to help lead you. I really do appreciate the opportunity to be here. If there's any other discussion, any other questions, happy to answer them. But otherwise, thank you so much for having us. It was great to get to know some of you a little bit better and get to meet some of you as well.
Thank you.
So it's sometimes it's innovation, sometimes it's people throwing stuff at us. So we'll take whatever we can get.
So as we translate out of this, I want to hit on two additional items. So for the board to consider, we've kind of talked about it throughout, but I kind of want to name it and get things on paper as we go forward. Legislative goals. A lot of them is probably the same that we've had through the years, but let's summarize the board's legislative goals so that we can, as we have these conversations with our peers, state and federal and local, we can kind of highlight these strategic legislative goals. So just curious to hear the board's legislative goals as we go forward, whether that's county, state, federal.
You want them right now? Wow. I'll start with the money part, which is to see if we can get the legislature to let us have the referendum on served meal and beverage tax. Work with the legislature on some of the zoning decisions that they've made. The down zoning part really has the potential to hurt us in many ways, and talk to the legislature as well about de-annexations. I'm tired of hearing about how people are going to de-annex if they don't like something that we're doing. And to make sure that that de-annexation is not something that's reactive and is actually well thought about. Gosh, there's so many. I'll stop because I know others have legislative goals.
Why don't we just go around the table?
I concur about the prepared meals tax. I think that that's going to be very important for us, but I think that it's not just a legislative conversation. I think that it's education and real conversations with our local business owners and helping them understand and continuing those conversations. I think that the regional dredging that Karen really took care to lead the charge. I think it's important that we make sure the state legislature knows that we aren't necessarily against them bringing in larger vessels. It's the impact that needs to be thought through, and the impact is going to be huge for us. And then the last one for me, I think, is the ability to get funding for our courthouse as we're going through renovations on a historic building, really leaning into that.
Okay, Alderman Mosteller.
Thank you. One of the things I would like in our conversation with them, if we can figure out, one of the only ways we keep talking about fixed incomes and poverty, people that have challenges, and we don't have a vehicle. The only vehicle that we have to help is if you make, I think this year it's 34,000 or less, you can, and you're 65 years old, you can qualify to pay half of your property tax. We can fill out a form, and that can happen on behalf of Southport and half of your county taxes. And it also goes for, I'm not sure if it does hospital, but it might do hospital. So if they would give us other ways to help people, that this is a state statute problem. And that is such a low amount, it doesn't really help in a lot of ways. It helps those people who can take advantage of it, but there are people right beyond that need help too. And we have no thing to do to help. So I think that to be able to give us a little bit of flexibility to respond to our own communities would be huge. And much of the other things, I'll have to think about this. Much of the other things have been mentioned.
And you can send them in as well. Ms. Alderman Gross.
Thank you. I support the prepared food and beverage tax. I'd like to see a solution to the unfair sales tax distribution. I'd like to see a fair and sustainable fire tax that treats all residents the same, where residents within the city limits are not subsidizing those outside the city limits. We're getting the same, supposedly getting the same level of service of fire protection. A lot of these are the same ones we've been fighting for years. But I think, at least for these topics, I think we've got uniformity and consensus on this board. We certainly need to work and improve our relationships with our county commissioners. We've got, in Bill Rabin and Charlie Miller, we've got two of the most influential legislators in the state of North Carolina. And we need to be leveraging that. And, if I need to take Charlie to the oyster bar every week, I'll do it. We need to continue to develop our relationships with our county and our state legislatures and seek help. I like Rebecca's about the old courthouse. I'm pro-police. I like to see Todd in that courthouse. We need to seek maybe some state funding to help us out with that courthouse renovation. It would be a beautiful tribute to Southport to renovate that old courthouse for our police department.
Alderman Spencer.
a lot of the great comments. Courthouse is definitely something that we're going to need help with. Just financing that on our own and maintaining it is not something that we should have to deal with because it is an old county asset, that type of thing. I understand that there's a pork barrel out there and it is hung up, I guess, for another 2 or 3 weeks until we decide what Mr. Berger wants to do. But I think we need to work on our roads. The Moore Street Bridge that we had was the first step in fixing some of our drainage issues. That was a road that was built with marl and driven over an estuary 100 years ago. And that's one of our dams. And they opened that up and got that water flowing, and it doesn't sit as long, which pulls the groundwater out. So we have the same issue on Leonard Street between Jabbertown and that access routes. The restructuring of the way people come to Southport and leave Southport. It seems to be a one way in, one way out. And I think that we need to work on these state roads to build new exit ways to get out of town. Rob Gandy has been an extremely good asset to help some of our bigger trucks, industrial trucks from down at the end of Moore, from the different, to get out of town and to not have to come through the middle of town. So the flow that traffic comes in, when it comes in and turns around and goes out, it doubles. That means it becomes harder to cross the road at Owen and 8th Street and these roads that don't have intersections. So I would like to see the state help us with the routing of our traffic. You come in one way and you might go out another. Flow type of thing. But finally, I'm tired of asking them for things and not doing our own stuff. We ignore the things that could fix our process because they're difficult. The paid parking process might not be a great idea, but it was one thing that we could have done. Maybe the legislature could have controlled that as well. But trying to get them to fix all our problems, just not gonna happen. We get hung up with somebody wanting to get reelected, so they don't do a budget. And we're still paying bills. We can't stop. So I don't really want to depend on the legislature. Focus on what we can do. Do what we can do, even if it's hard. There are a lot. We need a lot of things. I'd like to handle what we can handle.
Alderman Carroll.
So kind of the last point, I called it board comments and any additional items not already addressed. So if there's anything that you hope we discuss, go over, direct today that we have not gone over that you would like to talk about, whether that's strategic, whether that's operational, whether that's conversational, whatever is outstanding that you'd like to address together, direction to me, whatever's outstanding that you'd like to talk about as we go forward. Any outstanding issues?
I just want to bring up the planning board. I know that we had spoken at the last Alderman meeting about possibly waiting to advertise the planning board for the larger pool that we were going to have for the June. I know that we did go out and advertise it. I just wanted to see if we were on consensus of whether or not we were actually going to wait until June, or I guess those advertisements are May usually.
Right.
For June interviews and July appointments.
Right.
Because that was what I understood from our last Alderman meeting. But I perhaps misinterpreted because that was not how I saw it happening.
Yes. So
I made a motion to repost for to see if we could get more applications. I don't think that this meeting has been advertised as one where we would make a decision on what we're doing.
You can. I mean, any duly advertised meeting, you can bring up any item. So Staff needs some kind of direction. I've heard from a few of you want to not fill it at this time, wait to the larger pool. I've heard from a few of you that wants to proceed at this time and a few that's in the middle. So just some kind of consensus on where do we want to go with planning board appointments?
Well, I'd like to point out that we have additional applications, and there's 4 more planning board meetings before this unfilled term needs to be filled. And the planning board has plenty of work to do. I think now is the time to make that decision. And then we will have 2 vacancies to fill in June.
I
And so
agree.
we need to start advertising again. And perhaps we can come to a consensus about if someone has applied now and is not selected, that their application remains live, so they don't have to go through the whole process again.
I'm good with us filling those seats now. I think Alderman Davis is correct that there's no reason for us to wait. What I would say
Would
is
you
that
repeat that?
I like you.
Alderman Davis is correct. Mark the day.
One of the conversations that took place in our last meeting was that we weren't going to re-interview those that had already interviewed. And I would just strongly suggest that we re-interview those people simply because sometimes when you interview, the last person you interview or the most recent interviews tend to look or sound better than others. So I would just say that anyone that had already applied and wanted to be considered should be re-interviewed.
The other thing is too, I don't think, one of the things I noticed is I had one of the planning board members. I don't think anybody is up in June. Normally, I think there was talk about cutting short somebody's term, but I don't think we should do that because they were appointed with a 3-year term, and then we just arbitrarily go in and say, oh no, now we're going to terminate your term here. I think that's problematic. And we can make the new whatever, not this one because it's got its own conversation, but the new one could be that shorter term if we want to adjust the appointment schedule year to year. I would hesitate doing that.
We have an ordinance. We
Right.
fill a position that is vacant. That's it. We fill it, and the person who fills that position serves until the end of that term. And we have 2 terms that are ending in June. Fred Fiss and the Kevin Laughlin's now vacant term. Both of those expire in June.
Fred's, that was changed by staff, I believe,
So
to make it a 2-year term. Fred's didn't expire till next
there's
year.
So we,
That's incorrect.
Can I get one person to explain this?
So we went back in the minutes and Fred was nominated for a full-term member in 2023.
I'm having difficulty understanding. Maybe.
We
Noah,
checked
I
the
can hear
minutes
you
back in
easier.
2023 and Fred was appointed as a full-term member to the planning board, which was a 3-year term. His term would expire in 2026.
Okay.
Now, Fred was appointed to the forestry committee last year.
Yeah.
So
I looked at what's on our website says that his term, our website says that Fred's term ends in June of 2026. How did it come to pass that that has changed? Noah?
so I think there's been all around confusion
Yeah.
around terms in general. You know, we went through several ordinance changes that changed things. Perhaps some of it got confused during that time. Based on the minutes, Fred was appointed in 2023 to a 3-year term, which would expire in June. So both Fred and Kevin Laughlin, former seat, would come up in June of this year, plus the alternate that's out there. Right. So certainly, if the board would like to change that, certainly can do that. But based on past and the minutes, that's what was enacted.
So what is it that is different?
Nothing.
So no, and this is goes back, but weren't our planning boards, were they 4 years? Were they 4 years?
And then when we came up with this master plan for how we're going to rotate every 3 years in June. And that was the new game plan, rotate every year at June. And we just haven't been able to do that. It seems like it's swirled into problems.
Actually, we have been doing that. And the new ordinance, which was developed by city staff and it's extraordinarily good and clear. It makes everything uniform. It is very, very clear. And it says, it's very easy. All terms begin at the first meeting in July. Now, we can point in June or May or whatever, but the ordinance says that and this is the key part, when a term becomes vacant, it is filled until the end of that term, period. Now, one of the reasons that this ordinance is so good is that, and why it was needed, was that it used to be just helter-skelter all over the place. Somebody retired or died or moved out of town, and their term was filled, and that's when their term began. And so you never really knew when terms were coming up. This is all very, very clear. We've got 3 things coming up in June. The vacancy created by Kevin Lachlan leaving, Fred Fiss, and the alternate. That's it. And so we now also, at this point, facing us in our next Alderman meeting on the 10th, no, the 12th. We have a vacancy to fill, and that is until the end of June, period.
We're not prepared to, have those interviews taken
The
place?
committee has not interviewed the new applicants.
And I will say, part of me is that was me being the holdup because I wanted to understand that we were all on the same page before I went in and began interviewing. And if that is the consensus, then I'm happy to schedule those interviews at a time that works for everybody.
How many applications do we have?
We have 5.
That's including the 2 we already had?
That's correct.
Including the 3 we already had.
3 new.
One of the previous applicants did not reapply.
If we're going to change things, we have to amend the ordinance. We got an ordinance. It's clear cut. Let's follow it. Now, something to consider as a policy or possibly to adopt into the ordinance, and when we wish to do that, would be, what is the interview policy? Do people apply? They go through the interview process, and if they're not selected, can they, at their wish, keep their application alive? For example, I know there are people who applied a year ago and 2 years ago who still want to be on that board. And they are reluctant to have to go through that whole process again. So, I mean, an application should be live, I think, until it's withdrawn. That's not something for us to decide today. And I suggest we don't even get into it next week.
And just so I understand, so the interviews that we're doing for the position that Kevin Lachlan has. We did last time. That's right. It is for only until June. So the appointments that we make will have to reapply again if they would like to continue beyond June. Yes. Correct? Okay. Just want to make sure that if I had multiple people ask me that question, and I wanted to make sure that we all understand where we are.
Can you get that done between now and next week?
Perhaps early next week.
Difference between being willing to apply and serve for 4 months and applying and being willing to serve for 3 years.
Any other items that you would like to discuss? Any other items? It's good to get things out. I said it's good to get things out now instead of a regular meeting.
Okay,
We're here,
well,
we're here, board, so go right ahead.
this is what I'm going to say, and I had difficulty hearing, and I will not ever be remote again for one of our meetings. I will tell you that.
You did.
No, I did not. No, there were things I couldn't hear. And I will tell you, while it may be within policy to take things off the agenda at the beginning of a meeting, that creates, and I timed it, 11 minutes and 9 minutes worth of conversation before we even get into the meeting, when we can follow the agenda, get to it. And if you want to table something or do something or whatever, I will tell you, it does not bode well for the meeting, because it's like being ambushed. And I have been part in the past of taking things off an agenda like that, but I will not do it again. And I don't think it is fair, because it's like this big giant distraction at the beginning of the meeting that we're laboring through, and we're trying to, like, I prepare for the meeting, but then I get ambushed, and then I feel it comes with a certain amount of resentment, I just want to say. And I have myself been guilty of it, which I will not ever do again, because I'm just telling you, I would like that we as a board, although it is certainly within policy, to be cognizant of that. That's all.
Can you explain how that would work? Because I am the one that made the motion to take
Well,
this
you
off
would
the
wait
agenda.
till it was on the agenda, just table it when
We
it comes
did.
up.
Okay, yeah,
But-
because we went through public comment. You know, we went down the list of things. It was when we got to the approval of the agenda. And so once the agenda is approved, then it's on there. So at what point do you want to take it off?
Well, at the same outcome, the taking it off the agenda generated so much to my way of thinking, and I was in a disadvantage not being able to hear very well. But to my way of thinking, the same discussion, all of your objections, rather than generating all this ad hoc conversation, could have happened in sequence of the item when it came up. Because it's the same. We spent 11 minutes on it, taking it off of the agenda. I can't imagine we'd have spent more than 11 minutes on it if it was on the agenda and we'd had that discussion.
This is a parliamentary procedure question, and I don't know the answer. I hope you do. Once you've approved the agenda, at what point can you take something off the agenda? Once you've approved it, I thought it stayed on there, and then you had to take it under consideration and vote.
You don't have to vote. I mean, if in Alderman Mosseller's thinking, if we would have kept it on the agenda, you would have got to that item. You could have raised an objection at that point to say we needed to re-advertise it, and then you could have motioned to table it. So parliamentarily, you could do it either way. If it works better in an agenda versus at adoption, then you can do it that way. And if you keep something on the agenda, it doesn't bind you to vote on it. So either way, you can remove something from the agenda at the beginning, or if it flows better to keep it on the agenda and then table it at that point, you can do it either way.
I think this brings up a very, very good conversation that we should have as a board, which is that we need to have healthier relationships with each other. I am guilty of not. And I will say that we should not get to the agenda and not have had a conversation about that before. The same outcome could have happened. We got the package. We get our package about 7 days in advance of our meeting. I generally take Sunday afternoons to go over the agenda for the first time. And then I revisit it throughout the week. If I have questions about the agenda, if I have recommendations about the agenda, it goes to Noah, it goes to the mayor, or it goes to the person whose agenda item it was. In addition to that, our board liaisons should speak up before interviews are ever completed if we don't have an adequate number of applications in their opinion. So I would just like to say that as we go through this process moving forward, each of us who are liaisons to a board, if we do not feel we have an adequate number of applicants to make an informed recommendation, then we should not. So as far as strategic items, strategic planning, we need to strategically plan to be better as a board.
What was the last one?
We need to strategically plan to be better as a board.
No, so with respect to the agenda, that was brought forth in good faith that the process was done properly. These were the candidates, and to be it just disrupted that meeting to do it first thing like that. It was very disruptive. The manager and I, we work on that agenda quite diligently, wouldn't you say? And we don't put anything on there that isn't ready to go. And there are certain criteria that have to be met. And it's in the rules that have been adopted by previous boards. Obviously, not. I don't think any of y'all were here in 2010. And I read it. I read it at the meeting. And I can do it again. It's very short, but it says, adopted rules and procedures. The city clerk and chief administrative officer shall prepare a proposed agenda for each meeting. A request to have an item placed on the agenda must be received at least 10 working days before the meeting. An agenda package shall be prepared that includes for each item of business placed on the proposed agenda as much background information on the subject as is available and feasible to reproduce. So we don't put anything on there that doesn't meet this criteria, and that did meet the criteria. How would I know otherwise? And so to not say something beforehand, I think that was your point. I mean, it's a small town. Call the manager, tell him ahead of time, instead of doing it at the table. And we lost 20 minutes of time, and it was just, it throws the flow of the meeting off to do it that way. If there's something with the agenda, tell us ahead of time. You get it early enough. And we really don't put anything on there that's not ready. So when you made that motion, I really didn't understand why in that regard. Again, doing it that late.
And unfortunately,
I'd like to point out that the majority of the board voted in favor of that.
That's not the issue. It was the issue is the way it was done. No,
well,
it isn't.
that's
No,
because
it
you had
isn't.
the
See, I think
conversations
that if
before
we
the fact,
can't
and you're not
bring
working
up
as a
something-
team.
We're fine. But anyway, so I appreciate you bringing it up, but we'll, do whatever needs to be done, manager, to get those positions filled, and board, do what you need to do to feel like, and don't put it on there until you think it's ready. I mean, I'm fine with that. Doesn't,
It would have had the same outcome, but a better result. When you do that at the table, we're not prepared. I do diligently work on being prepared. Alderman Mosteller writes her thoughts down. I don't work that way. I keep mine here. And so I diligently work to be prepared for each of those items. I had reviewed all three of the applications that we had. In the past, at the table, we've made recommendations or we've actually adopted and appointed people that were not part of the recommendation for that very reason. We found someone or thought someone was more qualified. If it had been handled on the Friday or the Monday before, it wouldn't have been an issue. Nobody would have gotten upset. Nobody would have, felt like the rug was pulled out from under them. It would have felt like a team. It would have felt like a conversation. And I think Not that we're all going to always agree, but we can at least be, somewhat on the same page. And I think that it set a tone for the entire meeting that just didn't need to exist.
Tone changed because you started yelling at me about what you believed my motivations were. My motivation was to try simply, and as I had stated, had been to try to get more applications. You read into that something completely different, and you shouted me down, frankly, as was pointed out to me several times by several different citizens who were watching.
Several different citizens have pointed out to me that you don't show up prepared, but that's neither here nor there. At the end of the day, the liaison felt that there were enough applications to move forward with an appointment. The liaison was in complete agreement with the other 3 people who interviewed to make the appointment.
My motion was a procedural motion. It had nothing to do with who the applicants were, and you turned it into that immediately. Respectfully, I will probably continue. If I see something on the agenda that I don't think needs to be there, I will probably make a motion that we take it off the agenda when we get to the point of accepting the agenda. I think there is something just inherently wrong about accepting an agenda that we're not going to follow. So if something, I don't know if when I made that motion, I didn't know if anybody was going to agree with me. I just felt that it was not the right time to appoint yet, but it has turned into something very unfortunate and very ugly, frankly.
Again, we have to rely on staff. We have to rely on our board liaisons. We have to rely on the interview process. And so, what it looked like to some of us sitting at the table and to the community was a shopping of applications. And so are we going to have?
I think I can speak to this a little bit. I didn't know that there was a procedure that if we didn't have the applications that we felt we needed in order to make a decision that would benefit the city, what we could do. So based on the 3 applications that we had for the 2 positions, I agreed that those were the best options that we had in front of us. I did not, and I did share this with you, I was extremely concerned about the number of applicants that we had. You heard me earlier, just a little bit ago, say that I stopped the interview process because I wanted to make sure that our board was on the same page. So it did not get to the point where it got on an agenda that we would then have to have this kind of conversation again. So I will own that I should have spoken up when we only had 3 applications for 2 positions. I didn't realize that there was another procedural way to go about and deal with that. I now know that there is, and I thank you all for that. And I am excited to get these interviews done very soon so that we can get this taken care of and cross this off our list.
I would like us to think about changing our ordinance to read that if we have an adequate number can be the number to fill the positions, that we move forward with those appointments. This should not be left up to the opinions of the 6 of us. We should not have to think, Rebecca shouldn't be responsible to come to this board and say, I don't have enough applicants. What is enough? What is relative? And, I would think that if people are actively participating in the process, if they're showing up the way all 6 of us showed up before we ever got appointed, before we ever got elected, they would know about the vacancies. If it's important to them, they would know about the vacancies. And if they were showing up to the planning board meetings, they would see the vacancies. So I would like us to take the guesswork out of this as we move forward so that we don't have personality creeping in. And perhaps it wasn't personality. It became personality, but we got to take that guesswork out of it. So I would ask city staff to come back to us with some language that says if we get the number of applications to fill the positions, that we move forward with that process. And if we don't, then we reapply. We ask for, we republish.
I'd like to see at least twice the number of applicants as we have positions.
I don't want to be locked into if we have the same number of applicants as vacancies, then we have to appoint them.
And I don't want to
Why
be,
don't we have an ad hoc committee to talk about this and make suggestions about changes that would be beneficial in how we go about the appointments? I mean, we've already got an ordinance that standardizes and universalizes the process of when, where, and how, but we have not dealt with the actual application process. For one thing, I think we need more than a 2-week application period. People are out of town. For many reasons, people did not know that this position was open to be filled. It came at a different time of year than anybody had ever gotten used to us taking applications. So let's have a committee, an ad hoc committee. I'm asking now, would you appoint an ad hoc committee to come up with suggestions for amendments to the ordinance that would address some of these problems? All of them, if probable.
I would like to address one problem. Our obligation is to pick these boards, not to let the boards pick their boards. So we have one alderman, a chairman, and a co-chairman. And the chairman and the co-chairman can outvote the alderman who makes the decision. We're giving away our authority.
There were four. For the planning board, we do have 2 alderman liaisons, so
Cool.
we did, so this is a different.
So Board of
Yes,
Adjustments
for
that
most of them.
way, cemeteries that way. And so therefore, if the chairman and the co-chairman want something, they can outvote you in that decision about who to take. And we're being compromised by that.
well,
Instead of making our own decision.
the alderman always, if it's not a unanimous appointment, that's clear at the table. I mean, I've heard several times people speak up and say, we're not in agreement. We've had several appointments. So
But you have to do that, yes.
I think we have city staff and planning board members and the processes in place to do this. The question was, why, was it removed? I mean, so if you feel like you need to change the ordinance to have twice the number, I don't know why that is. You don't need that. Either people want to apply or they don't. If someone leaves during the before their appointment is over because they move away, you fill the position. And if no one applies, if only one person applied for that position, then they would get that position. I mean, that's just the way it is. I mean, you advertise it and people either do it or not.
well,
I mean,
yeah,
I'm trying
I agree.
to
I
see what you're saying. I mean, I'm agreeing with you. So
but there are some, I agree. I think we've talked about the number of applications that you've gotten that people have just damn right lied, right? I sat on this board, I did this thing, I saved this budget. Obviously, if through the process you learn those things, you're not going to appoint that person. There's conversation, and then you can come back to the board and suggest, let's republish. I think I would have been so much better off if the conversation had happened beforehand from my perspective. And I apologize for the way I reacted. It's just a lot easier if we have a heads up. Hey, what do you think about us reappointing this, advertising this position in advance, not at the table. When we do that at the table, it makes us look, frankly, as disorganized and unaligned as we are.
I think that making the calls around to find out how people think about something gets us into the transparency problem. You know, we should make our decisions at the table. And whether we argue about it or not, at least the public knows that they've heard what we have to say and is aware of what our reasoning is. And I will say this, I am disappointed and I feel it is disrespectful to continue, Mr. Mayor and Alderman Carroll, to continue to say that you don't know why I made that motion. You don't know why this was done. I made that statement very clear with the motion, why I wanted to do this. And so I don't understand what's not still clear. Do you think I'm being dishonest?
Is your question
No.
addressed at both of us?
Yeah, no one thinks you're being dishonest. I mean, what we are saying is that the process went forward. It was placed on the agenda. Aldermen had looked at it. The liaisons had agreed that this should go on there. These candidates had been interviewed and they made their recommendations, just as they'd done on numerous other occasions. So to those of us that got our packet, it seemed like it was ready to go. In other words, it should not have been given to us. It should not have been sent to the manager to be put on the agenda if it was not ready. That's our point. And so when you or anyone comes in and makes that type of motion to take something off because they feel like they knew more than that entire planning board and the liaisons and that type thing, it gives us all time to pause and say, so how did it get on the agenda in the first place if it wasn't ready?
And my question
it is not up to staff what goes on the agenda. I mean, do I hear you correctly that I should have said to the city manager, gee, I don't want to see this on the agenda, and he would have taken it off? No, this is a decision for the board, and I'm not willing to see the board give up the board's powers to the city staff.
Well, one person put it on. So one person put it on the agenda. Somebody put it on the agenda. So why couldn't you, in your capacity, with the same rights as that one person that said, put this on the agenda, why couldn't you speak up and say that? And my real problem is
who put it on the agenda?
Your microphone's on.
Yeah.
I want you to hear me. My issue is there's no, who's to determine how many applications is appropriate?
That's why we need an ad hoc committee to work on this and come up with some good policies about it. I mean, I don't want to burden the city staff with having to do this. I think this is a board job.
Well, could I just use 30 seconds to promote an agenda item that I've asked Noah to put on the next agenda? We have an ethics policy in Southport, and I have asked Noah to put on the next board agenda item, and I hope I did it 10 days out in advance, Mr. Mayor, that our ethics policy needs to be improved, and it needs to be an ethics and code of behavior policy for the Board of Aldermen. All elected officials are appointed board and committee members. And as an example, I've forwarded Noah Brunswick County's policy that is several pages, much more comprehensive. But I think if we will look at our own ethics policy and adopt a ethics and code of behavior policy for elected officials and appointed committee and board members, it will improve our meetings immensely. So I hope you'll read that hopefully when it comes out. Please read it in advance. And I'm not suggesting it has to be word for word. It's got to be adopted for policy for Southport's operations, but the Brunswick County Commissioners have an excellent policy online to deal with
code of ethics and behavior.
Can we talk about tagging along to that, perhaps the conflict of interest policy and what that looks like, the appearance and how we handle that as we move forward?
So yeah, we'll let the staff and city manager work that up, and it may not make it on this meeting in March because it's kind of short notice, but there needs to be information that the board can review, our citizens can review, and that type thing. And then, yeah, certainly it can be yeah, that's not.
Yeah, I think speaking to the agenda process, staff generates the vast majority of agenda items that we see. Under current rules, it says the board has 10 days to put something on the agenda. I think if we wanted to look at doing something different than that practice has been done, if there's concern about taking stuff off the agenda, it might be worth looking at if one board member can add something, can one board member object to something to have it removed prior to the meeting? Conflict with that is if, backing up the agenda timeline to then get out a pre-agenda to you all ahead of time to look at that for unanimous consent. So there, we can certainly look at any tweaks we want to make, if any, within that policy for things to be removed. I think if we look at board appointments to committees, I think, whether it's an ad hoc committee or looking at things, I think to Alderman Spencer's concern of if there's concern about committee members outweighing alderman weight, some communities have a board nominating committee. So you could essentially have 3 of you all be a nominating committee. It could originate as it has always been in its current process, and then that would be the subcommittee. It would then come to the full committee of the nominating committee, which would be 3 of you, to then serve on a check of that subcommittee if you wanted to see change in that overall process.
So last year during the appointed board interviews, I sat in with Robert for the Historic Preservation Commission, and I sat in with someone else for something, and I don't remember what it was, excuse me, but it was because the mayor wasn't available, and as mayor pro tem, I sat in for those interviews. So we had 2 board members and the chair. So I thought that was the policy already. Am I misunderstanding? I don't understand.
It's in the ordinance.
Yes, some ordinance, there's some committees that are that way, some are different. So maybe it's looking at streamlining across the board what that looks like. Is it 2 board members and the chair? Is that the chair and vice chair and 2 members to have some evenality in that? So there's some even input between the boards and the committees before it comes to the full board.
The ordinance says the chair and the liaison. Say the vice chair. The vice chair sits in if the chairman can't, and the mayor sits in if the liaison can't, and the mayor pro tem sits in if the liaison can't. That's in the ordinance, and that's another thing. We may wish to change this, so I hope that we can have a committee of us figure out what we want to do with it. Liaison, I think, is important, Mark, because the liaison knows what the board does. And you can tell from the interviews whether the person really understands what they're getting into, what they may talk about things they want to do and achieve and be part of that have nothing to do with the actual work of the board. They might be really good candidates for a different board or a different committee, but at any rate, the value of having the liaison be part of the process is the liaisons know. And of course, ultimately the decision is this board's. So, And we have multiple times in 6 years not gone with the recommendations from or the nominations from the chairman and the liaison.
Outside of agendas and board appointments, is there anything outstanding or question?
One other question. What year did we adopt that new policy of doing it in June? It's only been.
24.
24. Okay.
I can send you the minutes of that meeting if you like. Want me to? Dory presented it to us.
Yes. Anything else, board? Any other comments or?
I just want to thank the COG.
Motion adjourned?
Just saying, yeah, I just want to thank you all for this discussion, and I thought it was very good. I made notes, and I think it went well, and to hear someone else's thoughts is very important. And Noah, thank you for arranging, and Danny and Daniel. Daniel is on the left, and Danny's on the right, correct? Y'all are great young men. It's been fantastic. And thank you for being here. City staff, Cheyenne, Tori, thank you for being here and for helping us put this on. But I think we'll do it. I hope if y'all didn't get scarred too much today, we'll do it again next year. All right. I think we'll all be here.
We're going to see your results. The
Yeah,
report.
well, it's a continuing process. I mean, but I will look forward to that report, and we'll be talking with you as well. So thank you, board. Motion to adjourn. Okay. Have a motion second. All in favor?